Aloha, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Tiffany said yes. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, I think we have everyone here at this point, so we'll go ahead and begin. Again, thank you everyone for taking time out today to be here at our annual review. And we'll call to order at this time. So today is Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The time is 9:03, and the Endangered Species Recovery Committee meeting is called to order. My name is Jason Omick. I'm the statewide wildlife manager with the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. I'll be today's chair for our ESRC meeting. Before we get started, just a few reminders. Please note that this meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. Please do not use the Zoom chat feature as it's not visible to everyone in attendance. If you'd like to provide verbal testimony, you may do so via Zoom. And if you'd like to provide written testimony, you can email the following email address, which is dofaw.hcp@hawaii.gov. Meeting minutes and materials are viewable on our website at the ESRC meeting archive section of the website. At the request of the ESRC members in DOFA, items today will start with a presentation from the DOFA staff, followed by presentation from the licensee. We'll open the floor at that time for ESRC and public discussion and comments. Let's see here. So I'm going to just go through introductions real quick. And first, we'll start with folks in the conference room with us, our HCP staff. Again, my name is Jason Omick with DLR DOFA and our following HCP staff.
Aloha kako, Jesse Adams, DOFA HCP staff.
Giovanna Ko'inoa, HCP intern.
Thank
And
you.
sorry, we're not able to hear anyone other than Jason. I'm not sure if you're on a computer microphone versus like a central one, but it's really only picking up Jason.
Okay, 1 second. Let's fix that real quick.
Can you hear us now, Melissa?
We can hear you. It's just much quieter than Jason.
Gotcha. Perhaps that's a volume issue on my part. Aloha kako, Jesse Adams, DOFA HCP staff.
Aloha, Giovanna Ko'inoa, HCP intern.
Was that a little bit better, Melissa? Thank you. Okay, so order of business. Oh, I'm sorry. We just introduced HCP staff, so we also have State Deputy AG Cindy Young here today if we need to go into executive session. Cindy, if you can introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Cindy Young. I'm Deputy AG. I think for hybrid meetings, the members need to, the remote members need to identify themselves and state on the record if there's anyone in the room with them, and if there are, and they're not minors, their names.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. That's actually next on the order of business here is the introduction of the ESRC staff. We just introduced the AG first. Thank you for that. So we'll move on to the committee members. Please introduce yourselves and state if anyone is present in the room with you. And please remember to leave your cameras on during the ESRC discussion. We'll go ahead and start with Melissa, please.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Price. I'm sitting in the University of Hawaii seat. There is no one in the room with me.
Thank you, Melissa. Lisa.
Aloha, I'm Lisa Spain. I'm a ESRC member at large. I'm on Hawaii Island and no one is in the room with me.
Great. Thank you for being here, Lisa. We have Karen also.
Good morning, Karen Corto representing USGS. And there's no one in the room with me.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for being here. And last but not least, Lindsay.
Aloha, Lindsay Young, member at large based on Oahu, and no one is in the room with me.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you for being here. Let's see here. So with that said, we'll go forward with our order of business. Today we have 4 items on today's agenda. Item 2 is a vote on the approval of meeting minutes from March 7th, 2025, October 24th, 2025, and November 25th, 2025. Item 3 is an update from DOFA staff on the incidental take license covered species status. For items 4 through 9, DOFA will be providing updates on each HCP. Following staff presentations, representatives from each of the licensees will present on their compliance for fiscal year 2025. Representatives, please keep your presentation to 20 minutes long if you can, so we can push through the day today. Following each pair of presentations, we'll open the floor for the ESRC and the public to have discussion and comment. And our final item would be 10, which is adjournment. Is there any questions with our order of business today from anyone? Okay. We'll go ahead and move forward with the approval of the draft meeting minutes from the following ESRC public meetings. And let's see, well, this is item 2, approval of meeting minutes from March 7th. Do we have any corrections to the meeting minutes in question from anybody in the ESRC? If there's no objections to approving the meeting minutes from March 7th that were distributed, hearing no objections, we'll go ahead and approve these minutes from March 7th. Moving on to our next set of minutes from October 24th, 2025. If there's
Sorry,
anybody.
Jason, do we need to have like a motion to approve and a vote on that?
We really don't, actually.
Oh, okay.
Robert's rule is just if we kind of just go through the each item, and if there's any objections or comments, we take them at that time. And
Okay,
yep.
got it.
Okay, so moving on to October 24th. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes in question from any of the ESRC members? Are there any objections to approving the meeting minutes as distributed? Hearing no objections, these minutes are approved. So that's the October 24th, 2025. And finally, we have our approval of meeting minutes for November 25th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes in question? Are there any objections to approving the meeting minutes as distributed? Hearing no objections, these minutes are approved. Those are the November 25th, 2025. Thank you all. That will push us through to item 3, incidental take license covered species and status updates. This will move on to our HCP team to do the presentation for this item 3.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, ESRC members. We wanted to try something new with meeting minutes approval using the general consent pathway for that. So thank you for that. We'll be pulling up our presentation now. Thank you, ESRC members. Today is our much awaited FY25 annual review. I'm going to be going over a couple of program updates in addition to our state of the species that we began last year. There have been several recent changes to our conservation team. First, we would like to say aloha oi to HCP Associates Kinsley McEachern and Kelly Yamaguchi. We wish you success in your new endeavors and thank you for your service. There has been some exciting movement within the team recently, with some new talent joining us and others stepping into new roles. I have recently taken on the role of HCP coordinator and look forward to working collaboratively to maintain rigorous compliance oversight and develop the HCP program. A first step towards this was adding Giovanna Verico. Giovanna has a background in environmental science and experience with native birds in the Vine Project. She enjoys sewing and being active in her free time. To support backfilling efforts, we are updating existing position descriptions while designing a new associate position to support the section. We plan on hiring 3 positions this year. Okay. Some general updates for the section. During fiscal year 25 and the first 2 quarters of FY 26, HCP staff conducted a variety of field activities to include at least 7 site visits across 4 islands to Kaheava Wind Power, the Honopu Seabird Exclosure, Oahe Wind Farm, Pulamalanai, and Kauailoa Wind Farm. In addition to this, we conducted 1 nighttime lighting audit at Napuamakani Wind Farm. Staff also attended several conferences and trainings, such as the Hawaii Conservation Conference, the 2026 Pacific Seabird Group annual meeting, and the 2025 Conservation Program Management Intensive at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Staff also participated in a damselfly release with the Hawaii Invertebrate Program on Oahu, Oahu Native Ecosystem and Protection Management Admin Workdays, and the annual water bird and nēnē counts. In addition to HCPs that are currently under review by the committee, our section provides HRS 195D consultation on a variety of projects. These range from radio and telecom to residential construction to road projects. We suggest appropriate avoidance and minimization measures for these projects, along with biosecurity and wildland fire prevention guidance. In the period of this review, we completed 160 of these requests. Finally, staff are collaborating on the formulation of 4 draft HCPs ahead of the ESRC review process. We'll now transition to ESRC recommendations to staff from the FY 2024 annual review. Starting with number 1, we have connected with Public Utility Commission staff and exchanged a variety of information to include power purchase agreements and how to track PPAs as they move through the PUC process. On our end, we've shared a couple of HCPs with PUC staff so they have a better understanding of how our process works. Staff is in the process of scheduling a meeting to discuss endangered species and habitat conservation planning related to PPAs. And of course, as we move through this, we will update the committee. And if the committee is interested in having a specific meeting with the PUC, more than happy to get that scheduled for you folks. Number 2, correction for cumulative pueo take table. The request correction is reflected in this presentation. So we'll see it in a couple more slides. Number 3, request agenda item for future ESRC meeting in which service staff can present the process for accepting new row values and evaluating search area in relation to carcass distribution. After the issuance of the additional review of the wind and solar projects memo, the service cannot engage with us on this topic. We will pursue this item when they're able to participate. If anyone would like to review the evidence of absence, resources are posted on our website. And then additionally, we will include Kauailoa's request of having Madeline Damon in this conversation when the service is able to talk with us about this. Moving on to number 4, complete HCP administrative rules. The division is still in the process of developing these rules. Our focus, though, has been on finishing the conservation banking bill, which successfully passed. If interested, staff will provide the committee with a detailed briefing on this bill in a future meeting. We had a couple of questions regarding feedback for Part A for 4 that you folks provided. So staff working on these rules requires more context on the application of best available science. If it's for the ESRC review of an HCP or SHA application that's already in statute. If it's for the department's review of an HCP or SHA application or land board approval of those documents, then that could be explained in rule. But again, we would need to be more specific about the context. Is it for review of mitigation plans? Is it for approving calculation of take for an ITL?
So that's posed as a question
Sorry.
to the committee. We can come back to that too if you guys want.
Can I just ask a question on the administrative rules? Do you folks have a estimated timeline or path forward on developing administrative rules?
Our staff who's working on it, Catherine Stanaway, said it would be a couple months at least before we complete them.
Yeah, the main focus lately, as Jesse mentioned, was the conservation banking bill and kind of shepherding that through the legislature. And so, yeah, and we have a few other rule packages being worked on. So, yeah, we're hoping within the next few months we can have something to share with everyone.
Great, thanks.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat what the question was that you wanted us to answer?
Yes. So we have a couple of questions, Melissa. All of them deal with the context on the application of best available science. So they're asking, is this in relation to review of mitigation plans? Is it in relation for approving the calculation of take for an ITL? And we're also asking if it's for the committee's review or if it's for the department's review and the land board approval of these documents. So a total of 4 questions.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask, because I think these recommendations, it's been 2 years, apparently. If these were fiscal year 2024 recommendations. And so we probably raised these when we were having a discussion on something else, and out of context, it's a little tough to remember exactly which context we were intending at the time, which is a reminder for us to include some of that in the language when we make these recommendations and have the slide for approval. But my memory is that, and maybe Lisa, Karen, you might remember that it was around needing to update mitigation plans to reflect best available science. So sometimes plans have been written quite a ways in the past and they don't reflect best available science. And so I think there was a desire for some language around that. But I don't know, Lisa, or maybe Karen, if you have a memory of that.
I would think also that it potentially had to do, and Karen, you could maybe comment on this, is that, you know, sometimes there's unpublished data that's available, but because it's unpublished, I know USGS is not able to reference it. But for us, I feel like best available science, one would hope, would apply to all of the above. You know, without getting into the weeds of it, if there's data available, we should be using it. So that's my take on it. But I have a feeling it could have been this nuance on the challenge with USGS having things to be peer reviewed, but us knowing that there is data available to use and there's other partners that have data as well.
That's definitely, you speaking to that, Lisa, is jogging my memory. That sounds very consistent with my memory of it. And Karen, I don't know if you were present for those conversations and if you remember that.
I don't recall the conversation or what the context of it was. I mean, I can speak to that. Yeah, USGS is limited, that we can't release data until it goes through peer review. And that is, yeah, part of the policies that we have to abide by. But I don't recall the context for this comment, for this recommendation.
More than happy to go back and review the tape and then fill you folks in at a later meeting on the context on this.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you so much.
No worries. Go ahead and move on to recommendation 5 at this point. There was a request to review 195D-4 G-9 for plant versus animal genetics. This is another one where Catherine needs a little more information. Does the committee's recommendation of the use of genetic diversity apply to plants, animals, or both?
The way it's currently written, if you look at it, it specifies plants, I believe, and it doesn't. And so we've been told in past discussions that representation of genetic diversity is not explicitly written in as a consideration for animals. So I think that felt a little bit odd to the committee members, in that representation of genetic diversity for endangered species in particular is important whether you're a plant or an animal. So yeah, that would be my assumption about why that was requested. Again, Lisa, you probably have some institutional memory around this too.
Again, I can't really remember the context of this, but I would say that if it's written in for plants, I think we're sometimes a little more challenged on understanding or having information and data on genetic variability in some of the animal species, but I think it wouldn't hurt to have that.
Yeah, I think I do have slightly more specific memories on this, and it had to do with the fact that it specified plants, so we were told that we couldn't take that into consideration for animals. And sorry, Karen, you're unmuted as well.
I was just saying, I think the conversation may have been around the effective population size and genetic information for ʻōpeʻapeʻa that's come up. Yeah, for this particularly Oahu.
Yeah, that's what I remember too.
Okay. I have some additional follow-up questions on this. Do you folks want to ensure genetic diversity is preserved for a listed species when issuing an ITL?
Jesse, I'm just going to say it's really challenging for us to answer these questions without having the context of reading them in a potential administrative rule. What I would say is that when administrative rules are written, you want to be sure they're not so specific that your rules then become cumbersome, but you also want to create a set of rules that are robust enough. So I don't feel comfortable commenting on this yes/no question right now without the context of a full, let's do that when we get to the point of reviewing administrative rules, which is going to be another whole public process. I think unless others have ideas about that, but that's just my take on things right now.
Yeah, Lisa, I think that's wise. I will say that just for their guidance as they're preparing the rules or proposed updates. So 195D4G9 currently reads, the take is not likely to cause the loss of genetic representation of an affected population of any endangered, threatened, proposed, or candidate plant species. And it's just a little bit odd that it says plant species as opposed to just species. So I think just removing the word plant from there, I think most of us would agree that take should not cause the loss of genetic representation of an affected population of any endangered, threatened, proposed, or candidate species. So I think just having the word plant in there or removing the word plant would resolve the issue so that it could be considered in any case.
I do have a lawyerly question though, because we're talking about the law versus the administrative rule. Can the law, and this
Right.
is a Cindy question, if you can't have your administrative rule be more restrictive than the law, is that correct?
That would be correct. The statute has certain parameters. That's good. At least the member Spain knows. Yeah, but it does make some sense for these questions to come up more in the context of specific rules that I think are going through the drafting process now, is my general understanding.
Okay. One final question, and this may be binned with the others that need to be addressed when we actually have these rules. We have some context. Since Melissa read it out, we heard the language genetic representation. Is genetic diversity a more accurate term?
I think that as a person who works in genetics, the loss of genetic representation implies that you're losing, they're in the same family of words, but when you're saying loss of genetic representation of an affected population, you start thinking about how certain alleles are only present in a particular population, and their loss, yes, represents the loss of genetic diversity. So it's just a slightly more specific way of saying if there's some unique genetic diversity that's present only in a particular population, or assumed to be, if there's like limited movement between islands or something like that, then the loss of that population would imply the loss of, yes, genetic diversity. But representation, I think, is a more appropriate term in this case. It gets closer to the intent. I don't know, anyone, Lindsay, your PhD included genetics too. What do you want to say about this?
I think that's getting at populations and diversity and not just diversity. So I would agree with leaving it at that, because it's meant to say that if there's a unique population on another island, we don't want to wipe out that unique population at the expense of the whole. So yeah, I think leaving representation as opposed to narrowing it to diversity would be the right way to go forward.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Also appreciated the learning as well. Moving on to number 7, includes specifics or specifications for deterrence by individual projects in their annual reports each year. The projects did do this. And this is related to 8. Basically, I'm going to provide you folks with a summary of those specifications. So we'll move on to that. Thank you. So looking at the projects that do have deterrence, these are the specs. So we have project turbine, number of deterrence placement, and then number of wind turbines that those deterrents are mounted on. I think it's interesting that none of the projects are the same. They're all very different. They may have the same number of deterrents, but they're just mounted in different fashions. So I'll let you folks look at this slide for a second.
Sorry, Jason, what does WTG stand for? Wind turbine. What's the G?
A generator, wind turbine generator. Some of the deterrents are placed on the nacelle itself underneath. Some of them are placed on the tower, like above the door that you enter at the bottom. And so, yeah, so it's kind of a mixed match on where people use them. Some of the nacelles are not big enough to have the deterrent on it, so they place them in different areas. And then they'll place multiple deterrents on a single unit. So it can capture, emit in multiple directions and whatnot. So yeah, it was kind of interesting to see how they are distributed on each different wind turbine throughout the different projects. That it's not all uniform.
And is this related to turbine design or just the lack of standardization and how to deploy deterrents?
Turbine design.
So for example, Lindsay, the Clipper Liberties, they don't have that kind of teardrop shape for the nacelles that you would normally see. They're very truncated. So there's not a whole lot of room on the nacelle for mounting. Sorry.
Sorry, really briefly, I don't remember exactly why we asked for this, but I do think it's really helpful for it to be reported and for us to have in the record, because where a lot of the value comes in is I see two areas. One is if we're looking for areas to do adaptive management and reduce impacts in an area that are particularly having a lot of take, and they don't have some of these deterrents on there, then that represents an opportunity to improve that. Or secondly, as the HCP office is looking across participants and permittees and saying what's working and what's not. And if we're seeing a pattern, then that's helpful. So I appreciate folks taking the time to put this together. Sorry, go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I mean, I've been asking for this for a while, so I'm really glad to see this, because this is like, I think we've needed this for a while. I think that one of the big, I think concerns I've brought up for a while is that we don't understand if the deterrents are working, or if there's just differences in fatality rates at the different projects. And so, for example, right, at Kailoa, they have adjusted their row because they've said that the deterrents have been effective in reducing fatalities, but then the same deterrents are being used at Oahe, and we haven't seen that same effect. So trying to understand why have fatalities gone down at one facility and not another, where the same deterrents are being used. And part of that is trying to understand if things are being done differently at the different sites. And so this is really helpful to see this all together in one place, I think, for those discussions. So is that third column is the number of deterrents per nacelle? It's like 6 for Oahe. It's like 6 on each nacelle, and then and so you're saying, I guess, Jesse, you're saying, so for like Oahe and Kailoa, they have the different setups, the different placements there, and that's because that there's no option for them to be put on in the same way. Is that correct?
The documentation, and I would definitely encourage you to ask the consultants about this. The documentation that we were provided, though, for Oahe, it's directly from NRG specific to that turbine. For Kauai Loa, I'm not sure if it's specific to that Siemens 2.3100 or if that's just the pattern that they decided.
Okay.
A couple of other interesting things I wanted to point out with the table is for kahuku, due to the shape of those clipper liberties, as stated, they have them on the tower. This creates an interesting situation with their acoustic monitoring. They have to put the microphones further away from the WTG because there's interference from the deterrents. And then for Napua Makani, if you'll notice, they only have them on half of the turbines. That's because they're doing a bit of research with that as part of the special condition number 8 of their ITL, but they only have them on half. That's why. Number 9, we adopted this immediately, so we are making sure to do staff presentations before licensee presentations, and we'll continue with that moving forwards. I believe Melissa perhaps asked for looking for pueo results from Bishop Museum for KWP. We reached out to Bishop. Unfortunately, they do not have any records for pueo fatalities at the wind farm, or at any wind farm for that matter.
Oh, thanks. So I'll send over to you, just within the last week, a paper came out that we published on looking at causes of pueo mortality that are reported across the islands for the last 30 years. So I can send that over to you. I don't know that we had specifically asked you folks to check with Bishop. Molly Hageman was a co-author on the paper, so she would have been able to look at any records herself that included that. But we did look at any publicly available records or records that were provided to us. So I can send the paper to your office and you can send it around as you wish. But it's broader. It's not, the intent was not to look specifically at wind farms. It was looking at all reported sources of mortality in pueo.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Looking forward to Journal Club. Moving on to number 11, review species that might trigger amendments as additional covered species for projects at a future date. Recommendation 11 has been partially addressed through the new KWP1 HCP, where species like ʻAKēʻakē and nalo, meli, maoli were added. To continue this review, we would like to suggest the formation of a permitted interaction group, or PIG for short. And this would be 2 or more members that can work with the staff outside of a public meeting on this topic. We understand that your folks' time is incredibly valuable. So this is a suggestion to cut down on the meeting time, but to perhaps work on this together. Do you folks have any thoughts?
We have a precedent for that, right? That we've done for other things. So I think that makes sense.
Okay. I can get an email out to you folks regarding this, and perhaps we can go from there. Okay. Moving on to number 12. DOFA keeps ESRC up to date on important conversations. Recommendation 12 has been addressed through actions such as consultation on the Oahe Tier 6 mitigation. Per guidance from Office of Information Practices, staff will be including an update newsletter or memo as part of the meeting board packet items prior to every meeting. So we'll give you more granular updates as to what we're doing, in addition to like today, providing more context for recommendations, other things like that. We just want to make sure that you folks have all the resources you need. Very good. Moving on to number 13. This is dealing with details for potential future plant HCPs. Staff is incredibly keen on this recommendation. Unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to address it, so we're going to carry this one over and continue working on it. And then number 14, ensure net benefit for HCPs is clearly above take, particularly if the species is very endangered and limited to a few island populations and licensees have exceeded their take. We hear that and we appreciate the guidance. Thank you. Number 15, consider translocation of alae to Maui or other islands. Again, heard committee members, and we appreciate the guidance. Number 16, include Kamehameha schools and state parks and waterbird working group. This is managed by Helen Rain. We have confirmed that Kamehameha schools is included in the waterbird working group. Also, we've encouraged state parks to join this group if they have not already. Number 17, examine the potential for waterbird habitats in privately managed wetlands or in state parks. We've engaged state parks on this topic of waterbird mitigation in their managed areas. There is a fair amount of interest from them, but concern focuses on project longevity after mitigation requirements are completed. So this has to do with staffing and funding for state parks to continue the work. Additionally, there is some interest from Kamehameha schools for having mitigation for water birds on their lands as well. Okay. Moving on to 18, it is more important to reflect in data how many predators are left on the landscape, not just how many predators are removed from the landscape. Staff has noted the guidance provided in recommendations 18, this one, and 19, which is the next recommendation. 19 is asking for clarity and safety for private landowners, for SHAs, and balancing HCP mitigation on the private land, kind of smoothing that out, fleshing that out. And then finally, we have number 20, which is looking at mitigation sites. There was, and I think this might be linked to, for context, this might be linked to Kauai Nui Marsh and Hamakua, how there's an intensive amount of work that happens at those two areas. They're receiving lots of money, and perhaps looking at other sites that are not as well funded. And it would be much easier to tease apart the actions of the HCP benefiting the species versus the actions of DOFA doing their normal management in that area. So this is connected to recommendation 17. Again, we're looking at state parks and Kamehameha schools, and there's interest on both parties for that.
Sorry, which, can you go back a slide?
Sure, yeah.
And sorry, which one were you saying was an example of, the Kauai Nui was an example?
For number 20, I believe discussion was, before this recommendation was written, we were talking about, or you folks were talking about Kauai Nui and Hamakua.
Yeah, I think it's come up across multiple spaces. It's a challenge that we faced in multiple sites, and particularly as we start talking about conservation banking, I think that's where it came up pretty strongly. So basically being able to parse out where something that's required under a permit is actually having a benefit versus something else, and who gets to count it is the question, right? Who gets to count those numbers that get made up for? So yeah, just want to mention that I think that actually appeared across a number of spaces. Anytime that there's multiple sources of money flowing into a site, it's a little bit hard to parse out which one did what, or how much to count toward the take license.
Understood. Some other, I guess, progress that we're making on this is there are several developing HCPs that are non-wind that the service can participate in. 2 of those are going to be on Maui, or actually 3. Grand Wailea, Maui H dot, and Miko. And there is concern about the number of seabird sites in the Maui Nui area, supporting those projects in addition to all of the other projects we have. So working with the Maui Nui team at Fish and Wildlife Service, we're trying to compile an inventory of mitigation sites and work that's being done there. If there's no further comments or questions on the FY24 recommendations, we'll move on to the state of the species. All right, moving on to the state of the species.
Sorry, can I ask, Jesse, I'm just looking at, I think that table that you created was great for the addition of the deterrent information. Is that, it's like I'm looking at some of the annual reports, and is that information actually in the reports, or that's information that DOFA is pulling together? I guess I'm just curious, like that table that you put up, what, how would anybody, I guess, use that as a resource beyond watching the Zoom video for this meeting?
Happy to
I
post
just
that.
want to make sure that that information is available.
Heard. Happy to put that on the website. And then the source of this would be the FY25 annual reports. That's where this was listed for the first time in detail.
Okay, okay, I will look again. But that's in there.
It can be
Jesse-
challenging.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Oahe, they have a separate document they provided. The other 3 wind farms, it's listed in the document.
Okay.
So you can find it, you can do a Control F.
Yeah.
For Loa, you're going to want to look for UAD. Will help you to pull it up.
Okay, I will look again. Thank you.
Jesse, on the seabird thing that you mentioned, because it didn't match what was on the screen, so my brain was like sitting there trying to reconcile how the seabird conversation related to the yellow-faced bees, and so I was a little lost when you were saying that. But I think what I heard you saying is that there's some HCPs in development and they're struggling to find sites for mitigation. Is that correct?
It's a concern that the agencies have, because we have so many projects on Maui Nui that are currently undertaking mitigation, and then we have these 3, like you're saying, that are coming online, and we're wondering, is there enough sites on Maui Nui to handle this?
Okay, so I'll just note that in the big action optimization that we did, that we finished in 2023, the seabird folks had requested, I want to say like a total of potentially 20 conservation fences across Maui Nui. Now that's across all, 3 or 4 islands of Maui Nui. And so I think that if you're trying to put more birds in the existing predator-free fences, the bigger conversation might be where to add predator-free fences. And I know that it's challenging. We have Lindsay on the line, and it's challenging to find spaces that aren't highly erosive and that are appropriate for the species and all of that. But I remember from those conversations that the vision was a whole series of fences across the islands, and given the recent review where this is a challenge that's come up, is where to put mitigation funds for HCPs when you need to add birds for offsetting the take. Yeah, it might be time to have a conversation about building new fences, if that's not already in the works.
Agreed. Any other comments before we move on to state of the species? All All right,
Um,
moving on.
Jesse, I suppose maybe it might be a time to ask a question for future conversation. I don't know that I want to take a ton of time on this today, but we typically think about making up for the take in terms of the fencing. There's probably a policy reason that this isn't done, but as far as like retrofitting, maybe just because we were talking about like the deterrence, like there are deterrents that could be used for seabirds on power lines and stuff on the islands of Maui Nui. Are those currently applied? Just curious. Does Maui Nui currently use deterrents on power lines, or is that just a Kauai thing so far?
No, they're also used on Maui Nui. That was part of their settlement,
Okay.
Miko's settlement for that. It's a different model than what they're using on Kauai. It's the Firefly. It's got phosphorescent paint on it.
Hmm.
We did a site visit to look at the lines, Jason and I, earlier this year. We looked at a couple different spans, and they did have them up. We provided additional guidance. Some of those lines, because they're going across really deep gulches, they have a tension wire that's below the transmission. It didn't have any deterrence on it, so we put forth, and it was supported by the service, the suggestion to have deterrence on that line as well.
Thank you.
State of the species.
All right, Jason's telling me to do state of the species, so I'm gonna move forwards. All right, so state of the species. Since we now have some amazing invertebrates that are included in our HCPs, we're just gonna provide an update on populations. It makes sense, I never really thought about it, but it makes sense that you don't count individual damselflies or individual bees. There's just simply too many of them. So entomologists, they're just using populations. So for the pinapinao, the orange-black Hawaiian damselfly, there are populations found on Oahu. The population that was historically present no longer exists, but they have introduced them to a new location and they are reproducing there. In addition, they have an additional second location where they've been doing introductions. They're just not seeing any recruitment at that location yet. So we're just saying one population on Oahu. There are 7 on Maui. There's 2 main populations, and then there are 5 that are kind of just a handful of bees that people have seen. There are 7 on Molokai, or sorry, a handful of damselflies, apologies. And then on Molokai, there are 7 populations, and Hawaii Island has 23. Moving on to bees now. There are populations found on Maui, Lanai, and there was a sighting on Kaho'olawe. No one's followed up on it. It's a record with Bishop Museum, but 1 population on Kaho'olawe, 2 on Lanai, 9 on Maui. 2 of the populations on Maui are quite large. We had the privilege of visiting one of those. It's part of mitigation for KWP. The remainder of those populations are small, just a handful of bees. All right, moving on to ʻōpeʻapeʻa, Hawaiian hoary bat.
Sorry, Jesse, I'll just make a brief comment on that previous one. I think that's where that previous discussion of changing the way 195D4 is written, as far as to not just talk about plants, but also talk about genetic representation of affected populations is particularly important because for a limited mobility species, we would expect that that representation in populations is important. Even if there's a lack of genetic information available, it's a very safe assumption that there's unique genetic diversity within a population that exists on Oahu versus on Maui or something like that. So just highlighting that that's another reason to consider looking at updating the wording of 195D4, not through administrative rules, because it sounds like it can't be done that way, but through working with the legislature on that.
I'm glad we had an update that could provide additional context for that. Moving on to ʻōpeʻapeʻa, Hawaiian hoary bat. You folks will remember this slide from last year. This is effective population size. So these, just for the public, these numbers are always smaller than the actual population size. Effective population size is the hypothetical ideal population with the same level of inbreeding or gene frequency divergence under random genetic drift as the actual population. Values below 50 indicate high rates of inbreeding and loss of genetic diversity. So moving on to our cumulative take and mitigation comparison table. So this is cumulative take. This is going to be direct and indirect take added together. If we look, first column, we have our licensees. Hokuala is included because though they're not a wind project, they're not a safe harbor either. They do produce a lot of water birds though, but they're not a safe harbor. So that's why they're included in these slides. So for most of these, Hokuala is going to have 0. Looking at cumulative take, again, this is our direct and indirect take added together. We have a total at the bottom. So it's 294 total take across all projects and all islands. And that's out of a total of 400 that could be taken. So that's the take request is that second number. And then in our third column, we have the cumulative mitigation, which is either going to be acreage or funding for research. We have some more tables that Karen requested. So we're looking at cumulative take by island and sex. This is from 2006 to 2025. So our top table, we just have the number of fatalities broken out by island. And then, the differences, because maybe you're thinking about the number we saw in the first slide. Again, this would be your direct take, your observed take. So that's why it's a little smaller than the number presented in the previous slide. Moving on to the second table, Karen asked that we break it down by number of male fatalities, female fatalities, and then there were quite a few that were unknown, so I included that column as well. So I'll let you folks look at that for a second.
Jesse, do you know the unknown sex fatalities is that mostly from early fatalities? Right, or are there a number of unknown recent fatalities, unknown sex?
It's a great question. Let me see if I can pull that table up real fast. I would assume they would be older fatalities, but let me double check and I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, that seems high for, I guess, from when we were working with carcasses and doing a lot of the genetic sexing. I guess I'm surprised to see that number of unknowns. So yeah, it'd be good to understand if that's recent and if the I understand the carcasses are going to Bishop for genetic sexing and just want to make sure that's on track.
Gotcha.
Because that has quite a effect rate on the take estimates.
I apologize. I have a selfish question regarding the genetic sexing. I know that if a carcass desiccates, you're losing critical time to extract DNA from that carcass. Working with plants, though, and herbarium specimens, you can still extract DNA from incredibly old specimens. Are there different considerations for animals?
I'm certainly not the best. Lindsay's probably a better person to answer that exactly, but I mean, yeah, Karina Panzari, who did the genetic sexing with us, was able to extract DNA from some pretty old dried out carcasses. So it's not, for the genetic sexing, you don't need to have, really high quality DNA, but there is a certain point where you can't, aren't able to get the sex, but
Yeah, we're able to do this with albatross toes that were over 100 years old. So I would imagine that things that are like from 2006 wouldn't be too much of a problem, provided there's a little bit of tissue there.
Okay, that's really cool that you were able to get DNA from albatross toes that were that old.
yeah, I mean, I think Karina there was only a couple carcasses that she wasn't able to get enough DNA from. But so that's why that number that 35 seems high.
Gotcha. Yep, that makes sense to me now. I will check for you and report out.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to transition to pueo, Hawaiian short-eared owl. Again, we're looking cumulative, so this is through Q2 FY 2026. On some of these slides, it'll just be 2025, so that's referencing the calendar year for that. Regarding the state of the species, the DOFA Statewide Wildlife Action Plan, or Plan Not Plant, or SWAP, says the Hawaii Forest Bird Survey has produced no estimates. Due to low detections, population estimates are unknown at this time. Again, looking across our table, first column, we have our licensees. Second column, we have our cumulative take. So to date, we have 18 of 8 adults and fledglings. And then there's also 8 eggs or chicks. Next, going to ʻAKēʻakē or band-rumped storm petrel. Populations are uncertain. Effective population size based on genetic data, 166 to 2,327 with a mean of 414. This represents 10% of the population. There's another estimate of 23,000 to less than 2,000 individuals. The Kauai population estimate is 250 breeding pairs. Looking across there, we just have one take. This was at Oahe. After talking with Julia, who represents Endangered out there, they are going to pursue an amendment for ʻAKēʻakē. At the time of the take, which was 2020, they're citing that not a lot was known about the species, or that there are potentially no mitigation sites for it, but they are interested in pursuing mitigation for that at this point. Moving on to aeʻo or Newell shearwater. We have a pelagic population estimate of 84,000, confidence interval of 57,000 to 15,000. We have the Kauai population estimate from Andre Rain of 34,546. Additionally, we included the IUCN Red List estimate of 10,000 to 19,999. Moving across our table, we have our usual columns. Noting cumulative take, we have 12 so far across all projects, and that's out of a total of 27. For cumulative mitigation in adult equivalents, this would be for KWP 1 and 2, They've produced 8.53 individuals. Other projects have provided funding to Kauai Endangered Seabird Recovery Project or contributions to the NIFWF count.
So I have a question related to aeʻo and, well, mainly aeʻo. So these numbers look fine as it relates to those population estimates, but I'm wondering bigger picture, and this came up with the KSHCP meeting last time. If we have an applicant that is proposing that the aeʻo population is significantly higher, which is the case with the KIUC HCP, I know I'm talking in complete acronyms at this point, how does that interact with all of these other HCPs? If we accept a different population estimate for that one HCP, what happens to everything else? And I think that's relevant for anything across the state that is counting aeʻo in their HCP. Because we can't have two different accepted global and island-wide population estimates because that will affect every applicant. I don't know if that's what we want to deal with today, but it bears repeating because it is going to impact every HCP.
And is this a best available science question as well?
Yeah, I would say so because the argument being made on KIUC is that it's based on the most recent radar data indicating that there had been population stabilization about 10 years ago, and so they were revising their estimate based on current data. So that might be a standalone meeting in and of itself, but just flagging it for awareness for everyone that has that on their HCP.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. This is, standalone meeting. We're gonna have to sit down and hash these things out so we can have something standard across the board for sure. Because some of these, like the Kauai population stuff, that's at sea. Our swap is on land. And so anyways, having all that standardized and everyone using the same estimates should be across the board. So we will address this.
Flagged. Next, transitioning to Hawaiian petrel or ua'u. We have our pelagic population estimate of 19,000, confidence interval 11,000 to 34,000. Andre is using an estimate for the Kauai population of 25,277. IUCN red list estimate is 7,500 to 16,600. Looking across our table, something to note, cumulative take at the bottom, the totals. We have a take of 34 adults out of 122, and we have a take of 2 eggs and chicks of 5 eggs and chicks. Though Oahe, yes, sorry. Looking at the cumulative mitigation for adult equivalents, we have KWP1 producing a little more than 89, Oahe producing close to 24. So we have a total production of 131.42 for that. Otherwise, we have a variety of funding opportunities that have been taken advantage of, funding a NIFWF, funding to Pacific Rim, and we have some barn owl predation control, predator control to KESRP. Sorry, just lingering here a little bit for you folks in case there's any discussion. All right, transitioning to water birds next. We're gonna start with aeʻo or Hawaiian stilt. We saw these numbers last year. So we have our, in our table, 3 columns, we have by island count and then state of the species estimates at the 95% confidence interval. We've totaled the counts for you. So across the state, we have 1,509 aeʻo. And this is using the Gorson, Camp, and Paxton article for these estimates. Okay, moving to our take. Something that I would like everyone to note is that for the wind projects, and we'll see this for most of the water birds with the exception of nēnē, throughout the state, we have no take of water birds at a wind facility. So looking at the bottom, Kauai Lagoons, that's Hokuala. Of course, it's a golf course, it's a different situation, so there was a take there. So we have a take across all projects of 1 out of 50. And then we have production of fledglings, we have 27. Okay, next, moving on to ʻAleʻo or Hawaiian coot. Again, using that population estimate from last year, having a total of 1,598. Now looking at our cumulative take, again, all zeros for our wind projects. Hokuala's take of 43.4 out of 126 requested. We have a production of 70 fledglings. Rounding it out with alaeʻula, using the same slide we saw last year, a total of 693. Moving to our cumulative take, again, all zeros for our wind projects. Kauai Lagoons, Hokuala with 44.75 out of 56. And we have a huge production of 632 for that. Hokuala is really producing those gallinules. And for koloa maoli, this is our native duck. We have a count on Kauai of 661. Again, all zeros for our wind projects. Hokuala with a take of 8 out of 36 and a production of 331. Transitioning to nēnē. We have a population estimate of about 3,797 as of 2023. We have our counts for each island in that second column. And moving on to our cumulative take, we have a cumulative take of 97. So again, zeros mostly for our wind farms with the exception of KWP 1 and 2. We also have some nēnē take at Hokuala. So KWP 1 and 2 converts their fledglings to adult equivalents. Hokuala does not currently do that. However, they do have a large data set and they are interested in pursuing developing a formula for that. So hopefully next year when I present these numbers to you, we'll have them in adult equivalents at that time. All right, mahalo no. Thank you, committee members. That concludes the State of the Species presentation.
Can I just ask a question? I know they're not endangered species, but I would assume in the annual reports that they're reporting other species takes. I think for the long term, it would be wonderful for us to be able to see those as well. Just in terms of trends of take, for example, if Eva or Koa Ekea, those kinds of birds are being taken at large numbers, I think it would be important for us to understand and see that as well.
Heard, Lisa. We actually had a interesting thing. That's why we did the light audit out at Makani, is they had a couple nights where there was a high take of wedge-tail shearwaters. So we went out there and at the beginning of the presentation, I think I have a photo. We're gonna look for a photo because it illustrates it really well. But when we went out there, it actually probably is not the wind farm. It's probably the high school that is next to Kahuku High School. So we're looking at that lower left photograph. So when you kind of look at that really closely, you can see the stadium lights from the high school are actually reflecting off the nacelles and they're illuminating those WTGs. So it's something that Napua Makani has brought up a couple of times. They have a better relationship with the community, but they are trying to work on improving that relationship. So we would like to talk with, there's also I think there's a city and county park that's right next to the high school that has their lights on. And when we drove by there during the lighting audit, not a single person was on either one of those fields. So we do want to work with both city and county and the high school to have them understand to turn those lights off. But yeah, it was really interesting because it was like, wow, it's illuminating the WTGs. It's so bright.
But we do get the information on MBTA species and other species.
Certainly
And
do.
we can include those in these status reports that we're showing you guys.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be great.
Yeah, Jesse, I think that would help with too, like the poyo one, right? Would be an example of something that is a species of concern at the Fish and Wildlife Service level, but not listed. And so tracking what's going on with them is important, even if they're not listed on a particular island and therefore not included in the HCP.
Definitely like Hokuala and the one take of Pueo, yep.
Okay. All right. If we're gonna just look and see if we have any public comments online. This is on Zoom or in our email. And if there's anything else from the committee on besides what you just shared, you can voice your comments now.
No public comments.
No public comments? And nothing on Zoom either?
Nothing on Zoom.
All right, if it's okay with everyone, we can push on to item 4. So item 4 is the status of Ka'iava Wind Power KWP1 HCP. And we'll go ahead with the DOFA short presentation on this to begin.
Pull that presentation up for you folks right now. All right. Moving on to the main event, wind power projects. We're gonna start off with Ka'iava Wind 1 project. We have our take table in the lower left-hand corner for you folks to review. So we're mainly paying attention to the last 2 columns of the total, or sorry, the first and the last 2 columns, total estimated take and license take. You folks look at that for half a second. Okay, moving on to DOFA concerns. KWP1 remains behind on mitigation credits for nēnē, currently only 50.3. They only have 50.3 nēnē credits. They have an additional mitigation obligation of 60 credits for the ITL plus 12.15 individual juveniles or 6.2 adults. And this is for the lost productivity. Then also just flagging, as we saw in the table that Karen requested, there are no bat deterrents installed at KWP1. And then Molly will bring this up in her presentation. There are probably going to be some differences between what we're reporting and what you folks are familiar with, because with that intensive review of the new KWP1 HCP, so just flagging that this is for the old HCP, not the new HCP. Moving on to DOFA recommendations. DOFA suggests using the best available science and to explore innovative strategies to avoid and minimize nēnē take under the new license. We encourage them to integrate species-specific research into adaptive smart curtailment protocols to further reduce turbine strike risk. KWP1 is proposing GPS tracking of on-site nēnē to better understand bird activity near turbines. DOFA recommends further investigation into factors contributing to collision risk. Additionally, KWP1 has proposed some interest in banding nēnē at their site as well. They're doing continued ongoing nēnē management and mitigation efforts at Haleakala Ranch and Puʻohoku Ranch. We encourage them to continue distributing mitigation credits in accordance with the approved credit allocation plan in Appendix H of the 2026 KWP1 HCP. So this is going to be beginning FY 2026, 33% of the mitigation credits allocated to the current permit obligations, and 33% will be for the new permit obligations until the current obligations are fulfilled. And then after current obligations are met, 50% of the annual mitigation credits would be allocated to the new KWP permits. Moving on to the ESRC recommendations, and this will be our final slide for KWP1 before we turn it over to Molly. ESRC recommended including deterrent specifications in the annual report. Upon reviewing that report, they did have those specifications included. All right, that concludes it for my presentation. Molly, we're going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Jesse. Let me just get my... Can you all see that screen? Perfect. Aloha, I'm Molly Stevenson, the senior biologist with Terraform Power. And today we're going to start with the Kaheawa Wind Farm, which I know you're all familiar with after this last year, since we were just issued a new ITL in January. And I also have Jenny Taylor from Tetra Tech with me, who will be help me answer questions and such. So like Jesse mentioned, today we're going to focus on our compliance with our last permit, which expired on January 30th of 2026. So today's presentation includes data through January 2026 and therefore covers the entire 20-year permit term with a focus on the last 19 months of the permit since our last annual presentation in March 2025. Kaheawa, or KWP1, was built in 2006 and consists of the 20 most Mauka turbines, which we visited with you all in September. And then I'm going to flip to the next slide here, which just shows a comparison between our old ITL, which is ITL 08, and our current ITL 33. So today we're going to be talking about ITL 08, which was issued in January 2006. It was a 20-year permit term with 4 covered species, the ʻōpeʻapeʻa, nēnē, uʻaʻu, and aeʻo. And there were 2 amendments to that permit, a minor amendment in 2012 to reduce seabird take, and a minor amendment in 2016 to clarify the hoary bat take limit. We did add 2 species with our most recent permit, which was the ʻakēʻakē and the Asimulans yellow-faced bee. But today we're going to focus on those 4 covered species from our last permit. So here's a quick map of the project site, which again, you all visited in September. The project is essentially a long string of 20 turbines along the ridgeline. So we have that broken into 2 figures here so that it fits on the slide. But the left-hand map shows the first 11 turbines, and then the right-hand map shows the next 9 turbines, which are in reality located just makai of the bottom of the first map. So you can see the 20 turbines, our search area within each fatality monitoring plot, and the acoustic monitoring locations, along with other project infrastructure like the substation and O&M building and our Met Tower. So as I mentioned, we have 4 covered species under the old ITL, and of those, we've had fatality records of 3 of those species. So we're going to focus on those 3. The table here shows the associated tiers of take that were in that ITL. So for the Hawaiian hoary bat, we had 13 fatalities over the permit term, though none were found in FY 2025 or FY 2026. Our final estimated take, including calculated indirect take, is less than or equal to 31 adult bat equivalents at the 80% upper credible level. For nēnē, we've found 35 fatalities over the permit term, and again, none were found in FY 2025 or FY 2026 through January. Our final estimated take, including calculated indirect take, is less than or equal to 57 adult nēnē equivalents, again at that 80% upper credible level. And for the uʻaʻu, we've observed 8 fatalities, the last of which occurred in 2019. Our estimated take at the end of the permit term was less than or equal to 24 petrels. And then we have not had any observed fatalities of the aeʻo at KWP. So in conclusion, KWP was under the permitted amount of take at the end of the permit term for all 4 covered species. So this gets to the question that was just raised. We do report on other fatalities that are found during our monitoring. So for FY 2025 and through January, we had 3 white-tailed tropic birds. For this presentation, DOFA has just asked us to provide the MBTA take, but we also do in the annual reports include non-MBTA birds as well, like pheasants. So in FY 2025 and through January, we continued to implement low wind speed curtailment at 5.5 meters per second from February 15th to through December 15th. And I do want to note that per our new HCP, we raised that cut-in speed to 6.5 meters per second on January 30th. And going forward, we will be implementing the 6.5 meter per second cut-in speed for the new permit term. We also continued and will continue our scavenger trapping at the site, which also benefits the nesting nēnē. We'll continue to implement safety measures to avoid any dog-nēnē interactions. And then we have previously removed woody vegetation to try and reduce nesting habitat for the nēnē, but the results of that effort has largely been that the birds just move their nesting locations. So we have gone over this a lot in the last year, so I'm going to just be brief here. We search every turbine once a week using trained canines. We have quarterly bias correction trials for bats, nēnē, and seabirds. We manage vegetation on the roads and paths to keep them clear, like shown in the bottom photo. And we trap for scavengers to keep the carcasses lasting longer on the landscape. And then we report all those findings to agencies. The photos here from top to bottom show our canine search team in action, an aerial image of several turbines and the areas that were searched, shown in orange and pink, and then a view from the base of one of the turbines showing the cleared and graded area we're searching on the weekly basis. And then here's a quick, here's a quick snapshot of our carcass persistence and searcher efficiency over this time period. Overall, we're finding 94 to 100% of all carcasses that are within our search plots, and 83 to 100% of carcasses are lasting from one search period to another, or 7 days. As we discussed last year in our annual review, our mitigation obligations for ʻōpeʻapeʻa, uʻaʻu, and aeʻo have all been completed. We do continue to fund management at Makamaʻalae. We funded that for the old permit term, and then now we are re-engaging in mitigation there. The only ongoing mitigation we have for our old permit is for the nēnē. As of FY 2025, we had offset 50.3 of the 60 nēnē we're permitted for. So we've also accrued around 6 adult equivalent nēnē of lost productivity due to that lagging mitigation. So we're currently in the middle of the nesting season for nēnē, but as of April, we had 11 fledglings and then another 6 goslings still to fledge. And that will be included in our FY 2026 report. And so I'll just dive into updates on our 2 nēnē mitigation sites, the first one being Haleakala Ranch. We had 8 fledglings last year, and we have 4 fledglings so far this year, with 2 more goslings still to fledge. Some of our challenges at this site have been gosling mortality and suspected avian predation. Last year, we lost 16 goslings, 11 of which disappeared with no sign. We've also documented some nēnē aggression, including 1 gosling mortality this year that followed a game camera catching an attack from another adult nēnē. And then lastly, water availability at the site continues to be a struggle as we rely on a catchment system. So I'm going to touch on these challenges a little bit more in the next slides and just show you guys some photos and how we're dealing with those challenges. So first up, these are just some general pen improvements we did over the last 18 months. We purchased new traps, 10 new Dock 200s. We added some AT220s and got some new A24s and a trapinator. We also improved the gate to the pen with a new custom fabricated door to replace the original door. And then we added solar and cellular game cameras that allow us to remotely check on the pen and weather conditions prior to our scheduled visit. Here are some examples of the nēnē on nēnē aggression that we've seen at the site. So these are from game cameras that we have at the site year round. The upper left photo shows 2 adults. And then the bottom photo is the adult that was attacking the gosling, and that gosling was later found deceased in that area. And then for aerial predation, we've observed kuʻeo during the day at the site, but our game cameras have caught suspected barn owl presence as well as cattle egrets. And then other upgrades we've made to address our water availability. Because our catchment system at the site is limited, we've added a 60-gallon water bladder to our UTV that we use to haul supplemental water to the site during dry conditions. And we added 2 automated waters to refresh water between our site visits. For Puʻohoku, a lot has happened since last year's annual review. So some of this will likely be covered tomorrow on the SHA call, but 24 birds were translocated last April, and another 22 birds were translocated this February. DOFA has been funding that. So there are currently around 57 nēnē on Molokai, with 5 that have been regularly spotted in town. 3 we're not sure exactly where they are right now, and then there's 49 that have been seen regularly at the pen. We had 2 documented fatalities in the last 18 months. One was of an unknown cause after leaving the pen and being found decomposed by the public. And another is suspected of being attacked by a northern harrier, which showed up on Molokai after last year's translocation. For this breeding season, we've had 7 fledglings and 4 goslings that are still to fledge. The last 4 goslings are in that photo there. That's from about a month ago. And our major challenges at this site are aerial predation, and then following the translocation, the wing clipping of the adults was not 100% successful, so the birds did not necessarily stay on the ranch. And then unfortunately, the cellular tags that were used last year didn't end up providing reliable locations for most of the birds. So here's a recent aerial image of the pen. On the right-hand side are the black holding pens, which is where the birds go after a translocation. And then the larger pen area is where we keep most of the area mowed, but you can see there's clumps of small trees and grasses to provide nesting habitat. And that is where the 2 pairs who had clutches this year nested in those grass clumps. 6 birds were fit with transmitters last year, all males. And so these are just some photos of the backpack transmitters. And of those 6, this is the one that is providing reliable data. So bird 76 spent a while at the pen, but then headed back into town back in around November, I think. And it has since stayed in that part of Molokai. So some of the challenges, like I said, some of the birds have left the ranch and are spending time more in town near the high school. This is a Facebook post that one of our staff saw. Out near the ranch in the bottom right, DOFA and the ranch have added nēnē signs where the highway cuts through a large field. That's not where the release pen is, but it's where flighted birds often spend time. And then the upper right photo is the northern harrier that's been spotted in the vicinity of the ranch. I think it showed up around September or so. DOFA has acquired the permits needed to remove it, but to my knowledge, they have not yet been successful. Moving on to the Makamaʻalae seabird mitigation site, we have continued to fund trapping efforts there. Last breeding season, there were 36 active burrows, including 10 aeʻo, 2 uaʻu, and 1 ʻakēʻakē. And trapping removed 44 mongoose, 44 mice, and 125 rats. DOFA is in the process of building a new predator exclusion fence, which will envelop both of the existing enclosures that KWP funded, and we provided $750,000 towards that effort. So as you all know, we've been working really closely with DOFA on KWP throughout the last year, both to support the new ITL, as well as to work on closing out the old ITL. We continue to hold biweekly calls with DOFA, and we just spent a few weeks doing site visits with DOFA as well. I will mention that we have not been able to coordinate with Fish and Wildlife Service since November due to the current executive orders. At the end of the permit, adaptive management was no longer triggered for nēnē as the final take rate was below 3 per year. However, we're continuing to work with DOFA to band the on-site population. We'll continue to look at vegetation management, and we continue to conduct that scavenger control to reduce predation. And for future plans, we'll continue our nēnē mitigation efforts, and then we are working on implementing our new HCP. And that is the end of my presentation for KWP1.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly. Could I just ask a question about why the harrier removal was undertaken? It seems like, I mean, it's a migratory species. It only shows up here for a short period of time. They are known to predate all kinds of endangered species, but I mean, they can fly, so I don't know where you're going to remove them to that they wouldn't just come back. And it seems like their overall impact would be relatively small compared to like barn owls or something else that might be worth targeting for removal.
My understanding, so that DOFA took on that, getting the permits for that, and my understanding is that it would be a depredation permit, Melissa, not a translocation.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. I know that everyone's time is limited and that we have to decide where to put our time, and that doesn't seem efficient or useful. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
I had a couple of questions on the aeʻo. So you had a decent number of nests, and you had nests of all species, but no eggs hatched across the board. Is that correct? Oh, sorry.
Correct.
Okay, you had a burrow, but no hatchlings. So what's going on there? Were you able to attribute the outcome of eggs to any specific event?
So Jenny Learned at Maui Nui Seabirds would be better able to speak to this, but to my knowledge, I think they're still waiting on some genetic results from this last year, but all the birds that they've gotten the results on have been female. So they're finding female-female pairs. So we know there is at least, or there was at least one male because there have been 2 fledglings, I think, from Makamakua'ole over the years, but there hasn't been one for a few years now. And it would appear that the population is very skewed female.
And so I remember this from a few years ago from a presentation Jenny gave at a conference. And I know there was also some interspecies aggression happening that they thought might be attributed to the sound system. Has the volume and or the playbacks that are being used, have they been changed up at all?
Yes, they did change the callbacks to like a more local call that they were able to record. And then I'm not sure if this was a result of that. Jenny Taylor might be able to speak to it, but I think what happened is they turned it off so that the one pen only has aeʻo calls coming from it and one pen only has uʻaʻu. So they're not both being called to a single pen.
Okay.
But they did add some ʻakēʻakē. It's like adjacent to the aeʻo colony.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Lindsay, I think the timing of that was maybe 3 or 4 years ago when they changed the playback recordings to, just to be more refined to address that aggression between species.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the calls that are being taken locally, if they potentially are actually only recording females, and if getting something from a known producing colony potentially on another island might be the way to go. I mean, it could, in some seabirds, females are just the colonizers, and that is the way it is. But it's hard. I know we had a discussion, I don't think it was part of ESRC, but some of the researchers we could be potentially only recording females. We actually don't know the gender of birds on the thing. So having a multi-species, or not multi-species, multiple individual from a known producing colony might be something to pursue.
We can circle back with Jenny Learned on that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Can you just clarify how do you know it's all females? It's just based on calls?
No, they did blood work on, so when they capture a bird, they'll take blood work and have the genetics done.
And they're all female or just skewed female?
All of the ones they've gotten the results back on are female. Jenny, do you remember what Jenny Learned? I think she said there's still like 10 samples that they're waiting on the results for.
Yeah, so they haven't taken samples from every bird there, but the ones that they have sampled are all female. They believed as of not this breeding season, but the last year's breeding season, that the males might still be attending, but they haven't been able to capture the male of the pair that did produce an egg. And so that's why we're saying skewed as opposed to all. There's, it's a sampling as opposed to the entire population at Makamakua'ole being sampled.
Okay. And this is, sorry, it's really easy to see just the tip of the iceberg and without understanding how what's going underneath. So I'm just trying to make sure that the takeaway, that I understand how the information is obtained. So are there typically pairs incubating and they're sampling both in the pair and finding both are female? Or is it that the ones who they happen to have been able to capture or get blood samples from just all happen to be female? Like, are they sampling both individuals in a pair and confirming both are female?
Molly,
Lindsay
maybe
might
you can
be
speak.
able to better speak to this actually, but I think that when they do the blood work is prior to egg laying. I think they try to not disturb them once they've laid the eggs. So I know like when I went out and they did blood samples, it was in April. So it was prior to egg laying and when they're prospecting the burrows. So if they were able to catch 2, and if there are two in the burrow, they're able to get both because these are artificial burrows. They can block the entrance and then open the lid. But I don't think that they're taking them during the incubation period.
Okay, so we don't know if this is like, yeah, because it would be very informative to see how many they had sampled both individuals in a pair in a burrow versus like they just happened to only catch one individual per burrow and happen to capture the females, right? That's a very different scenario. Lindsay Young?
I was gonna ask, are there any two-egg burrows that are happening?
I don't think so. I'm thinking back to the report I got from last year, and it was all a single egg.
Yeah, Melissa, I know Jenny had presented some of this at a conference a few years ago, and they did have known confirmed female pairs. But so Molly, back to the question on the eggs, are the eggs just present and don't hatch at all, or do the eggs disappear? Do they break? What is the
think that they're present and they just don't hatch.
Okay. And then they're abandoned at some point and the egg remains?
I think so.
Okay.
Lindsay, in that case, could they collect the egg and do some sort of a check, break it open, see if it's fertilized, or what would you typically do to kind of figure this out?
At that point, you won't be able to tell because the egg will be dead and it'll just be a giant pile of mush. But a couple weeks into incubation, yeah, you can candle eggs to tell if they're fertile or not, but they have to still be actively incubated. So it's a level of disturbance. I mean, the better thing would be to determine the gender of both pairs, but it sounds like the female bias is contributing to the infertile eggs. And then even if you've got like one or two males, they might fertilize everyone and give everybody fertile eggs, but then you're back to our genetic diversity. Your genetics are going to be super skewed and you're going to get an inbred population really quickly.
Yeah, but you said this is kind of normal maybe for a newly developing population?
Some seabird species can have that. I mean, albatross do it. There's a handful of others. It's still not common, but in some species, yeah, females are the ones that colonize, and just kind of surprising that we've got it going in this one.
Okay. One other question for you, Lindsay. When you see 44 mongoose removed, 44 mice removed, and 125 rats removed, this is, I assume, from inside a predator-free fence? Assumed free?
I think it's both inside and outside.
Okay.
The fence is not predator-proof in its current state, is my understanding.
That's my question. Okay, so there's a level of disturbance that could also be contributing to failure potentially?
If the eggs are abandoned and they're intact, then that's not a predation event. That's something going on with the birds. That's why I was asking about the ultimate outcome. So I wouldn't attribute that to predation.
Lindsay, I have another question for you. Given that all of these are artificial burrows, is there something potentially with the burrow design that could be leading to failure, whether it's heat or something?
Yeah, it could. I remember years ago that they did thermal monitoring on these burrows because initially there was also issue. Prior to joining ESRC, I was brought in to help solve some of this. I have a little bit of project background. There was also really coarse gravel that they think was contributing to egg crushing. So I believe they remedied that. I believe that they did thermal monitoring and it was within acceptable ranges. Molly, maybe you know the answer to that because this was a while.
Yeah, that's correct. And one of the burrows has been replaced with like one of the newer ceramic artificial burrows, but then the rest are still the plywood. But yeah, and they changed out the gravel, the nest substrate. I can't recall what year, but that was a while ago.
Yeah.
I think it was 4 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, the information we're getting is that this is just an unusual natural process that is leading to low or no production. I don't think it's anything from introduced species or anything that's being done wrong per se. It's just kind of a fluke. I mean, it's interesting actually, but not great in terms of number of birds produced.
Yeah, the new pen, like I said, is going to enclose both of these enclosures, but then it'll also include the gulch that runs in between them, which I know like Jay Penniman felt was better habitat than where these colonies were originally set up.
Thank you.
And that fence should also be more predator proof than the original fence design as well.
What, I'm sorry if I missed it. When is that fence gonna be completed?
That I don't know because DOFA, they had started it, but then with the storms that happened last month, they kind of had to shift to kind of just doing some Band-Aid work on the existing fences. So I assume this year, but I would have to defer to DOFA for that question.
Yes, I don't know if DOFA knows, but do you think it would be done before next breeding season starts?
I would think yes, it would. I'm thinking they had the funds to complete what they need to complete. I just think they, had to stop and work during the storms, but we can, check with Maui Nui staff and follow up with folks on that. But I would imagine they're going to continue to, fix wherever they have, areas that need to be maintained, here before the next season.
And then the plan is for the existing fences to leave them in place for now while predator trapping occurs within the new area. They've been doing some predator trapping, but then once the fence is complete, they'll do even more predator trapping there.
All right.
I have an unrelated question. I don't know if there's any more questions on this topic.
Go ahead, Karen.
I guess I wanted to ask, I think when we had the discussions about the new license, there was some discussion about looking at the search area and directionality for the fallout. And I was just wondering, I guess if Tetra Tech or if Energy has pursued that, or if that's under
we've been actively pursuing that, and we plan on providing an update in the FY 2026 report, so July.
Okay. Thank you.
So I haven't seen the results yet, but I know that it is, they're hard at work. Okay,
good. Look forward to seeing that update.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A little bit of a teaser there, Molly.
Sorry.
Well, we can, I don't know if you guys have any special recommendations for this project. If you do, we can create a slide for that. And we're ready to do that now.
I just wanted to comment that I appreciated having a site visit up here in the past year. So it makes the context of the report is easier to follow because we've been there on the ground. So I appreciate site visits.
Thanks, Lisa. Jesse and Jason and I had a lot of conversations about that because I dragged them around to 4 site visits earlier this month in a week. But it's so nice to be able to look at sites together. And then it makes it easier to then have these types of conversations. So thanks for that feedback.
We'll get you guys out on some more site visits.
The mitigation sites are even more fun to visit than the wind farm, if I must say so myself.
Yeah, the bat lanes and whatnot that we saw really opened our eyes on how much work it takes to get some of these things done. So we'll get some stuff planned out for folks coming.
Could I request that we copy and paste the DOFA recommendations into this slide?
do that.
And committee, I know we had some discussion about this. I don't know if there's any need for further discussion, but I just wanted to open it up in case that, like, in both cases, the mitigation sites are struggling a little bit. And so do we need any further conversation around that, or have we kind of explored that as much as we need to today?
Is that in reference to the two nēnē mitigation sites, or do you mean nēnē plus aeʻo?
The nēnē and ʻō, just that there were some different things there. I know we did have discussion there, so I'm just checking with the committee if we feel satisfied we've had the discussions we need to there.
Yeah, I feel okay on the aeʻo one. I don't think there's anything that can be done to improve that one if the fence is already being replaced.
Thank you, Lindsay.
And I'll just note that this will be the FY 2026 will be the first year that puʻohoku mitigation has been occurring.
And that one's being managed by ranch staff, right?
Correct.
Yes.
We're funding
Yes.
ranch staff to manage that, and they're in very close communication with DOFA Maui.
Yeah, so a lot more oversight, so that's great.
Yep. And then Haleakala Ranch continues to be managed by one of our biologists as well.
So if you guys if we want to add anything else to this, we can do that. I think this kind of covers pretty much most of the concerns that have been brought up, so.
I think, yeah, I mean, USGS will abstain from voting from this one. I think the distribution of mitigation credits and things like that are beyond what we'd vote on, but.
Okay, can we just check and see if we have any public comments?
Yeah, and just really briefly, do we actually need to put number 5 on there? It seems like if that was removed, Karen, you would be able to approve the rest of it. Because I mean, basically it's like follow the HCP right on number 5. So I don't know that we need to have that as an ESRC recommendation. It's kind of an obvious one. It's not a change they need to make, right?
No, you're correct, Melissa.
Yeah, I guess the same would go for number 4, right? I mean, I just.
It's something new, right?
I think USGS is always going to struggle with these ones that are like directives on how I guess the agencies should be. Yeah, I guess USGS's role is to comment on the science parts of it, and so when there's pieces that are the directives of how the management agencies should be implementing things, that's not something we can vote on.
Can I ask a clarifying question? How are number 1 and 2 different, other than number 1 being specific to nēnē, I guess? I guess there could be avoidance and minimization measures that aren't smart curtailment.
Perhaps a specific application of best available science.
Yeah,
So it could
okay.
be a sub under one.
Yeah, I guess I was also just wondering about specificity on 1 and 2. I think we're more likely to get the outcomes we want if we are a little bit more specific. So what did DOFA mean by 1 and 2?
We're looking for them to truly to pursue the adaptive smart curtailment protocols and other best available science.
Okay, so sorry, is that the smart curtailment protocol that they said they're going to do in this year? Or is there something further that DOFA is looking for?
And just to clarify, we proposed a smart curtailment protocol, but that is not what was approved in the final HCP. The final HCP is blanket 6.5 meter per second curtailment.
And sorry, so the question is, DOFA, what's the intent as far as what's meant under number 2, I guess, if we're talking curtailment?
Yeah, well, through working with KWP1, yeah, it was published in the last HCP that went to the board and through the ESRC for the 6.5. So this may be a straggler here, I think.
Yeah.
So remove number 2?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a useful conversation. And then what about number 1? What is more specifically meant by that?
I might be able to provide some insight into that. I know last year in our annual review, there was talk about looking into deterrence for nēnē. I can't remember if DOFA ended up having that in their written submittal today, but we did reach out to DOFA biologists and talk to them about what's been used on Kauai. Like at the airport, they run dogs to try to keep the nēnē away. And then like looked into some of the scents and things, but it there wasn't one that seemed like it would be applicable.
So I guess is that more along the lines to continue to, I guess, stay up to date and pursue potential alternative or potential strategies to reduce nēnē attraction to the site.
So maybe just delete the first portion of it and just start with explore innovative strategies to avoid and minimize nēnē take under the new license. The new license is in place already, right? Or will be in the next year. So it's
Yep, it was signed on January 30th. So we are
Right.
operating under it and implementing it.
so this wouldn't be something that would be a modification to the new license, but more to keep open opportunities for adaptive management, correct? So
Yeah, that's how I see it.
okay, so minimize nēnē take for potential adaptive management. Instead of under the new license, it would be for potential adaptive management if needed or something like that, right? Is that more consistent with the intention here?
I would agree.
Okay. And then maybe just some clarification on what's now number 2. It looks like you have the GPS tracking.
We do not. So we there are very few people permitted to capture nēnē and put bands or transmitters on them, and DOFA staffing hasn't been able to accommodate that. So we are working with DOFA HCP staff on, we just had some conversations a few weeks ago about maybe alternatives of bringing people in from a different island or something like that to try and, you know, either GPS track or even just band them, because right now our problem is we're not even able to track the family groups on the wind farm. Like we can say we saw a family of 4 this day and we saw a family of 4 the next day, and like we think it's the same family, but if they're not banded, and if we have fatalities at the turbines but they're not banded, we can't say whether it's the resident birds or transient birds that are occurring as fatalities. And then also just productivity at the site. We know we have fledglings each year. Whether those are coming back the following year, like from what we know of nēnē biology, probably, because they have really high site fidelity, but without them being banded, we just can't. We can't say for sure.
And you're speaking to at the turbine site, not at the
Yeah.
mitigation site. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. The mitigation site, we do have the GPS trackers. And I should have mentioned, I don't know that I did, but DOFA switched. They purchased a different type of transmitter for this year. We're still waiting for them to arrive, but we're hoping that they actually work.
Okay. And I can imagine that like capturing them to be able to attach the bands and transmitters at the site, like there's a concern about flushing them into the turbines, right?
Yeah, so we've offered to DOFA that we would work with them and turn off turbines in the areas that would happen. So we're ready and willing to do that.
Okay.
Once we can find staffing to do the banding. There's a very short window when the birds are not flighted where you can band them. So, you know, and they're pulled in 10,000 different directions. I know,
Yeah.
like all of us.
Right. And backpacks are an additional skill set beyond banding. So banding is a pretty straightforward skill set that a lot of people would have, but sticking a backpack on a bird is something that requires extra permitting and usually is pretty restricted. So I can imagine that. Yeah. So I know there's a handful of people who have attached backpacks to poeo who are in the island still. But yeah, it's a very limited skill set, and yeah, I get that. But looking outside of DOFA, you may be able to find a few more folks who could do that. And yeah, GPS transmitters would be amazingly helpful. You may be able to talk with Evan Paxton too about they've had luck with the like radio frequency. Basically it'll ping, like you could have a receptor on site and it'll ping if they're showing up again. So those are much lighter, like RFID tags, right? So those are much lighter, the batteries last longer, and essentially it'll allow you to see if you're not interested in everywhere they're going, but you're just interested if it's the same bird showing up again and again, those should be much easier to attach and a lighter weight and less restrictions. So just something to consider if the goal is to determine whether they're showing up again and again at the same site.
Okay. Yeah. Is that maybe like the Modus towers?
Yeah, that's one application of that. Yeah, and they were with those ones that he did, I don't remember if the name was Modus or what, but they had like a fancier directional tower kind of thing going on. I don't know if you know. Anyways, talk to them. I don't want to take up too much time with that here, but he's where I would start is having that conversation.
Perfect. Thank you. I will probably reach out to you via email after this.
Yeah.
Just a question for DOFA. Can you kind of speak to this banding concern? And is there any ideas on solutions for it? It sounds like it's a staffing issue.
Yeah, I think it's just a staffing issue. I think they may have talked to Raymond or some folks on the Big Island to hop over and assist. I'm not sure why DOFA staff, Maui, they are pulled in a bunch of different directions. So, and the small window to go and do this. And so I think conversations are still being had and trying to arrange this to work out. And so I'll start talking with folks with Molly too, to kind of put some urgency on this, because I think it's pretty important. And then looking at the backpacks that they had on the nēnē there, I remember when we first did this, these backpacks were gigantic. And so it's good to see that there's new technology with smaller transmitters and all that stuff too now. But yeah, Molly, I'll work with you and the HCP staff, and we'll see if we can light a fire under some folks to get over there and help you guys with this when we need to do it.
Thanks, Jason.
Well, and Jason, just to clarify, there's a very big difference in the information you get from a GPS unit versus an RFID tag. So an RFID tag, those have been around for a long time. It's not anything new. It's just all you're going to get out of it is did it show up to the same place again and again, because you've got a receptor on site, and so that's why the battery lasts further, is you're not recording every single place it goes. Versus a GPS unit, it's heavier. The battery will go down faster, but you're going to maybe have it come on a couple times a day at designated times and record a location and send it up to the satellite, and then you can collect that from anywhere. So it's just a different resolution of information.
Yeah, I'm familiar with both technologies, but
Sorry.
it's okay, it's okay. And I think they want to actually do the whole backpack really to see where these birds are going, when, how often they're coming back close to that site. And you know, I think it'd just be a little bit more useful information. I've been doing the work with the towers and triangulating with the RFID. It's great, but having less infrastructure in the field is a little bit better, I think. So, yeah. Well, great. I think we got our recommendations. We didn't have any comments via Zoom or anything like that, just to double check again.
Sure. And then regarding the staffing, Lisa, I think one of the other considerations was there's limited staff that can operate the net gun, which is required to capture the nēnē for banding. So it could be a great training opportunity to get some DOFA staff certified to use that piece of equipment. Because from my understanding, there's only one person on Maui that can do that currently.
That's what I was told, Jesse.
Yeah, they just did some ACETA training too, using probably where net guns are involved with helicopters, but also probably on the ground stuff. And that just occurred or is going to be happening on the Big Island here shortly. So maybe through that training and stuff, we might get some more folks trained up for that.
We have no public comments, Jason.
Okay, no public comments, no comments in email at all. All right, I guess we'll just go ahead and take a hand raise for see if everyone's okay with the recommendations that we have in front of us. And I'll go ahead and raise my hand. And okay, unanimous. All right, we'll go ahead and save this and in the file. Would you guys like to take a 10-minute real quick? And we can jump back here at 11:25.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll go 10-minute break.
Thanks.
welcome back, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank
Um,
you.
All right, I'm just gonna check who's all back. So wait one more minute here. There's Melissa. All right, it looks like we're all here, so we'll go ahead and move on to item number 5, which is the status of Ka'iava Wind Farm 2, HCP, located on the island of Maui. And we'll go ahead with the DOFA presentation at this time.
All right, folks, similar to Ka'iava Wind 1, we're going to share basically the same thing for each wind project from here on out. On the right-hand side, we have the cumulative take to date. We're paying attention to those last 2 columns, total estimated take and license take. So let you folks look at that for a second. All right, we'll start off with DOFA concerns. So similar to KWP1, we have a similar situation with being behind on mitigation credits for nēnē. So currently KWP2 has 12.6 nēnē credits and is short for its tier 3 mitigation requirements. They need to offset 44 credits in their current tier 3 of the ITL, plus an additional 10.6 adult equivalents for lost productivity. And this is due to delayed mitigation. Moving to DOFA recommendations. DOFA recommends that KWP2 continue to gain insight into how nēnē might become at risk of collision with turbines, very similar to KWP1. KWP2 will need to utilize the best available science and investigate creative ways to avoid and minimize the take of nēnē, again, similar to KWP1. And then 3, DOFA further recommends that KWP continue managing nēnē at Haleakala Pu'uhoku Ranch and allocate those credits to KWP2, again, similar to KWP1. That wraps up DOFA comments and recommendations. Moving to ESRC recommendations from FY24. Include deterrence specifications in the annual report. These folks don't have deterrence, so they are not included in the report. And then ESRC recommends trying additional deterrent options, e.g. pheromones, to keep nēnē away at the wind farm site. I think Molly may have touched on this in the KWP1 presentation when we were having discussion. That wraps up KWP2 ESRC recommendations. We'll turn it over to Molly.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, I was wrong on which project that had come up on, I guess. All right. Should be able to see my screen now. So switching to KWP2, this project's located adjacent to the KWP1 site, but was built about 6 years later. The covered species include the same species as the old KWP1 permit, the ʻōpeʻapeʻa, the uʻaʻu, the aeʻo, and the nēnē. There's been one major amendment in 2019 to adjust the ʻōpeʻapeʻa and nēnē take limits, and there are no current plans for any amendments. This presentation will cover FY 2025 and the first half of FY 2026 through December 2025. And so that is equivalent to year 13 and the first half of year 14 of operations. So KWP2 continues the ridgeline string of turbines that starts at KWP1. This map shows the 14 turbines, the 70-meter radius search plots, the searchable areas within those plots, and the acoustic monitoring locations. And then this project shares the facilities that were shown on the KWP1 map, like the O&M building and substation. So for the 4 covered species, we've recorded fatalities of 2 of them, the ʻōpeʻapeʻa and the nēnē. We had no fatalities of covered species in FY 2025 or the first half of FY 2026. So none of these estimates have changed since our presentation last year. And we still have not had any documented fatalities of the uwa'u or the aeʻo. And so we're at less than or equal to 12 adult equivalents for ʻōpeʻapeʻa and 28 nēnē. For minimization, we're continuing to implement 5.5 meters per second from February 15th to December 15th each year at night. Since we implemented that in 2014, we've only found 1 ʻōpeʻapeʻa fatality in 2018. Our PCM protocols are the same as KWP1. I do want to point out here that we had a drop in carcass persistence for both bats and seabirds in FY 2025, but we've managed to bring that back up through our trapping efforts in FY 2026. So over the 18-month period, we removed 21 mongoose and 9 cats from KWP2. We did not have any MBTA take at KWP2 over the last 18 months. And for mitigation, this is really similar to KWP1 since a lot of the mitigation was done in partnership between the 2 projects. Our focus going forward for KWP2 is nēnē mitigation, so that's why that one is highlighted. And we're, like Jesse mentioned, calculating lost productivity since our mitigation is currently lagging behind our take. We didn't implement any new adaptive management as circumstances at the wind farm haven't triggered additional adaptive management. But we are continuing to implement past adaptive management, like the cut-in speed being raised to 5.5 meters per second, scavenger trapping, keeping our canine searchers away from any nēnē on site, and the vegetation management program. Our ITL and ITP are valid until 2032. Like I said, we're not currently planning any amendments, and Tier 3 nēnē mitigation is underway at Pu'uohoku and Haleakala Ranch, which we presented on for KWP1. So that's all I have. I came in way under the 20-minute allotment, Jesse, I think.
Good job, Molly. Wow.
I had to balance out KWP1s, so.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think we can actually get a recommendation slide here together too. And I think we just have two recommendations. And we can see if everyone's okay with them. And these are mirroring the prior project.
Molly, you said the Tier 3 nēnē mitigation's under development. When are you guys, I guess,
Well,
where are you guys in that process?
I mean, it's Pu'uohoku and Haleakala Ranch because those are the only 2 options available at the time. So just continuing on with those efforts. Which, to give a little history on KWP2's nēnē mitigation, it was originally at Pi'iholo Ranch, and then that site became unavailable for mitigation. So there was a period where we were looking, and then that's when it started sharing mitigation with KWP1 at Haleakala Ranch. So again, there've been a bunch of years where it was kind of missing, and now going forward, you know, we anticipate having the 2 mitigation sites each year.
Do we have any other comments from ESRC today? And is everyone okay with the recommendations that we have in front of us?
Are you asking for a show of hands?
I'm just if you guys want to add anything else here, and if not, we can do a show of hands. So I'll give a second to see if there's anything else to contribute. And hearing none. Yeah, we're gonna check for public comment real quick. I want to admit George here. Okay.
Yep, no public comments.
All right, no public comments. So I guess we'll do a show of hands. We'll put the slide back up and I'm okay with the recommendations. If we can show hands, we'll move forward. All right, looks like everybody. Great, thank you, folks. We'll save that slide.
And really quickly, while you're saving that, I guess I just wanted to extend a thank you again for all of your guys' time over the last year with KWP1 and the new permit. We really appreciated it. I know you guys have a lot on your plate, but thank you.
Yeah, well, you help us do our job a little bit easier too, Molly. So we appreciate you and your team.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, I think we're gonna go on to item 6. And we'll see how far we get through item 6 and maybe break for lunch at that time. And I'll just do a temperature check when we're done with this next item. And the next item 6 is the status of Oahe Wind Farm HCP, and this is also on the island of Maui. And we'll just move forward with the DOFA presentation.
Perfect. And then just to let everybody know, we'll see Molly later this afternoon for Kahuku, but now we're going to be talking to Julia and the fabulous folks over at Oahe. So starting off with the cumulative take table in the lower left-hand corner, letting you folks look at that, looking at those last 2 columns, total estimated take and license take. All right, moving on to DOFA concerns. The FY 2025 baseline fatality rate of 7.29 has again exceeded the threshold value of 6.45, continuing the trend seen in recent years. I'm assuming this is related to ʻōpeʻapeʻa. The average projected direct take of 152 individuals surpasses the licensed take limit of 140. This is related to ʻōpeʻapeʻa, but I believe it's the wrong numbers. Oahu's cumulative take is quickly nearing the start of tier 6. And this was the 15th of 2020. So Oahu has provided us, and we did review, the committee reviewed the tier 6 mitigation plan. We returned final edits to Julia. And we're expecting to get those back this week so that we can grant approval of that plan. So they'll be moving on to that. Committee should know though that the next tier would be a tier 7. This will be triggered, and correct me if I'm wrong, Julia, with 134 bats.
That would be sort of at that end of this permitted take, and so it would require an amendment to go beyond the 140 that are allocated in this permit.
Gotcha. Would planning though be triggered at 134 bats, or when is planning triggered?
In terms of the 75% within take, I don't know that that was part of the planning in terms of what is included in the HCP currently, but we would, we're attentive to the take numbers and would begin planning appropriately with time for feedback from DOFA and hopefully U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and this team at ESRC.
Thank you, Julia. And then we've also had some conversation about potentially adding band-rumped storm petrel and some mitigation options for that. Would that be via an amendment process as well, Julia?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. Moving on to DOFA recommendations. DOFA recommends that Oahe continue actions to avoid and minimize bat take as much as possible now. DOFA suggests evaluating the actions outlined in Oahe's revised 2025 adaptive management plan, along with the future adaptive management options listed in the plan for immediate implementation. DOFA requests that Oahe file a major amendment to add this covered species to the ITL. This is in reference to the ʻAKEʻakē, and implement mitigation to provide a net benefit to the species. DOFA also requests that Oahe begin the amendment process now and work towards completing the amendment by the end of the calendar year 2026. I believe this might also be in reference to ʻAKEʻakē, but we understand that might be a tight timeline. Switching now to ESRC recommendations, include deterrent specifications in the annual report. Oahe, I would have to say, out of all of the wind farms, did the most thorough job with including those specifications. So those are in a separate document that's provided on our meeting archives website. So if you folks want to do a deep dive, it literally goes step by step for how they're mounting them on the nacelle. So if that's of interest, that document is there. Also, ESRC requests to meet with the licensee in 6 months from now to report how they are addressing permit amendment. And then report out on conversations that are taking place with state and federal agencies. I'll let Julia speak more to this. Julia, do you have any comments or insights for us?
I have a slide at the end of my presentation that kind of talks through this, but we've had quite a bit of interaction with DOFA and US Fish earlier in the year, regular meetings, monthly meetings to keep moving and making progress on those pieces. And then we did meet with ESRC as we made progress towards the Tier 6 SSMIP to get feedback, and have worked with DOFA to incorporate the feedback we received from ESRC on that plan.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And with that, I will yield the floor to Julia. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Yes, I am Julia Ho. I am in environmental compliance and strategy with Endangered, the operator of Oahe Wind Farm. And on the call with me today, I also have George Akau, our site biologist, and a couple folks from the Tetra Tech team, Alicia and Jacob, will be supporting as well in any questions that your team has. I'll share my screen. Okay, hopefully you are all seeing that now. So over the course of 2025, this presentation is for the Oahe Wind Habitat Conservation Plan, covering fiscal year 2025 annual report, and then Q1 and Q2 of FY26. That is from July 2024 through December of 2025. And the site is located in Ulupalakua on Maui, on East Maui. Over the course of FY 2025, I want to start by saying we've really appreciated the coordination with DOFA, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service HCP teams, and with the DOFA Maui Forestry team during FY 25 through 26, Q2 26. We coordinated regularly on Tier 5 and Tier 6 ʻōpeʻapeʻa mitigation, as well as developing a path forward for ʻAKEʻakē, the band-rumped storm petrel. I truly appreciate the guidance and input from those teams in support of all the progress we've made at Oahe. This site is composed of 8 wind turbine generators that provide 21 megawatts of energy, and then accompanying 11,000 kilowatt battery energy storage system. The project reached commercial operation in December of 2012, and then has had one amendment in 2019 for additional bat ʻōpeʻapeʻa take. The project was acquired by Endangered and a partner in August of 2023, and that is when Endangered began operating the site. The energy produced at Oahe powers enough for 8,500 homes for Maui residents, generates more than 21 megawatts, and provides more than 1.5 million of annual local taxes, landowner payments, wages, and benefits to Maui community. Our site team has coordinated with the Plant Extinction Prevention Program, PEP, to identify resources and plant on protected lands, in addition to the pieces of our mitigation and in support of our mitigation efforts. And then they also assist with the Maui Nui Seabird Recovery Program with burrow counts and banding of uaʻukani breeding colonies on Maui. There's a map of the project site, including the wind facility on the bottom portion, as well as the various mitigation locations around East Maui. We work with several landowners in East Maui, including Ulapalakua Ranch, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, State of Hawaii, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, the U.S. federal government, and the National Park Service, and then Haleakala Ranch as well. The take authorization under this ITP and ITL include Oahu, the Hawaiian petrel, with 3 tiers of take. We're currently within tier 1 with an estimated adjusted take through December of 2025 of less than or equal to 6 Oahu. For nēnē, we have permitted take of 5 adults, and we have had no take of nēnē at the site to date. For ʻōpeʻapeʻa, we have 6 tiers of mitigation or of take limit, and we are currently within tier 5 with a total adjusted take estimate of less than or equal to 111 ʻōpeʻapeʻa. And we also have black-burn sphinx moth included in the ITP for 28 acres of permanently disturbed habitat with an offset of 28 acres that was completed. Summary of take for the recent period, we've had observed 3 ʻōpeʻapeʻa in FY 2025 fatalities, and then 3 ʻōpeʻapeʻa in the Q1 and Q2 of FY 2026, totaling 6 observed ʻōpeʻapeʻa in this reporting period, which brings us to a total at the 80% upper confidence limit of less than or equal to 111 bats. For Oahu, we had no observed fatalities in FY 2025, and then 1 observed fatality in the Q1, Q2 FY 26 period. And again, that totals to the less than or equal to 6 estimated take to date. For MBTA species that have been found at the site in our searching of the location, had 2 Eurasian skylarks, 2 great frigate birds, 1 Pacific golden plover, 5 wedge-tailed shearwaters, and 3 white-tailed tropic birds across that reporting period. For post-construction mortality monitoring, I'm going to turn this over to George to present on this section.
Yeah, aloha mai kako. Hi, everyone. I'll just go over some of the updates over the past year. The monitoring protocol, we use canine searches, weekly canine searches at all the turbines along the paths and roads within the 100-meter radius. We have Spencer doing the searches at our site. Searches also at Kahiava with Mochi, and over the past year, he got another dog, so Goose, has been getting trained up, and also working with Spencer and his company Aloha Environmental is Brad Seltzer and his dog Ruby that sometimes fills in, and Jason Drakowski sometimes fills in as a searcher also. But dogs, dog assisted searches year round on Mondays. We clear the vegetation from the search areas and the paths and the roads. And in the past year, the contractor doing that work is Pono Pacific. We do predator control around the search areas. This past year, we installed new traps, the AT220s, down at the site. But yeah, besides those traps, we have Dock 250s, body grips, good natures, cat sense, footholds. And with all that work, we have high carcass persistence and searcher efficiency, the search dogs and the predator control going on at the site. Yeah, so this is the results of the past year, our carcass persistence trials. We use rats, the surrogates for bats, and for the carcass persistence trials, we had 52 bat trials or rats and 16 large bird trials. You see the probability of persistence is pretty high there. And for the search efficiency trials, you can see we did 46 for the bats and 17 for the large birds. And it's usually about 15 or 10 rats. We try to get at least 10 rats a quarter and 5 large birds a quarter. For large birds, we used francolins, egrets, pigeons, koloa, whatever we can get, mainly from maybe USDA or the projects that have carcasses to share over. That's all I got. Thank you. Pass it on to Julia.
Thanks, George. So for the mitigation portion for Oahe, I'll start with black-burn sphinx moth, nēnē, and the uʻaʻu. The black-burn sphinx moth was habitat restoration in association with Leeward Haleakala Watershed Restoration Partnership, and it was completed in FY 2019. Our nēnē mitigation was support of a nēnē pen construction at Haleakala National Park. That was completed in FY 2012. For uʻaʻu, we have a predator control at Kihikinui Petrel Mitigation Area on DHHL land. The net benefit for that was achieved in FY 2021. We have ongoing monitoring and control at that site. And I'll show a brief couple tables here. So we calculate offset for uʻaʻu, both in increased fledgling success at the site and then also in increased adult survivorship. So this table documents the increased fledgling success across the years of monitoring out there. So that totals to 24.15 adult equivalents from the increased fledgling success. And then for increased adult survival, here's a chart calculating that over the course of that mitigation, and that includes 20.18 adult equivalents in increased adult survival. So combining those, we have an increased offset of 44.33 adult equivalents for uʻaʻu. For ʻōpeʻapeʻa, we have implemented several tiers of mitigation already, including Tier 1, which was at the Puʻamakua section of the Waiahu mitigation area and Ulapalakua Ranch. We have ongoing fence maintenance and monitoring at that site. Tiers 2 and 3 were completed in FY 2020 and included Hawaiian hoary bat research that was funded, ʻōpeʻapeʻa research that was funded. And then in Tiers 4, we completed habitat restoration on Ulapalakua Ranch. That is ongoing, so that's in the light blue colors on the map. And we are currently implementing, we were able to finalize that plan last year and start implementing in 2025 and into 2026, the Tier 5, in coordination with Maui Forest and team on Maui, and that is occurring at Kamehamehanui Forest Reserve. We also are partnering with Haleakala Ranch for that Tier 5 section for a water feature. And then Tier 6 is in draft review. As Jesse mentioned, we got some final edits from the DOFA team actually on Monday this week, and we're working to incorporate those final pieces and anticipate finalizing that Tier 6 plan shortly. That will occur on Ulapalakua Ranch and is in the yellow location on this map. And I'll dive a little bit more into each of these. So Tier 1 mitigation, the fencing has been completed and ungulates have been out of that area for several years now. There was no, the fence has been maintained. There were a few minimal updates that needed to be made after some of the rains for both tier 1 and tier 4, and we've got those updates put in place quickly after the rain events. And then we have ongoing monitoring of the reforestation area to achieve greater than 50% by the end of the 25 years. For tier 4, conservation easement has been put in place for that location. 2 ponds were created under that mitigation project in 2021. And then we have ongoing goals of increasing the forest cover to 20%, increasing bat activity and monitoring that through acoustic monitoring and completing annual reports. We have 311 of the 311 acres targeted for that 20% increase outplanted. And we sourced plants from DOFA, Native Nursery, and HARC. And then we've also been working with the PEP team to identify species that are on the PEP list in these areas and support outplanting additional resources in these locations. A brief snapshot from our acoustic monitoring in tier 4. So there's sort of year 1 and year 0 on this with lower activity levels. Year 3, unfortunately, we had some challenges with the microphones out at the site, but year 4 and we're currently conducting year 5 have about half of the year of that data in so far. And we've seen quite an uptick in the acoustic activity across that tier 4 site.
Sorry, Julia, on the bottom, it says app zoom is sharing your screen, stop sharing or hide. Can you hide that? Because it's covering over some of the labels on the bottom of the screen. I think that's on yours and not mine.
Is that better?
Oh, now we're just not seeing it. Sorry.
Oh,
You needed to click the hide, not the stop sharing. Sorry.
You're
Sorry,
right.
I wasn't more clear.
Nope, that's fine. That's on me. Hide. There. Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Yep.
So sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So the green is there is basically no minutes with greater than 1 bat passing per detector, and everything showing up as green with a little bit of yellow, and an hour since sunset is the y-axis. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand this.
Correct, yes. So it's months across the x-axis and then hours since sunset across the y-axis over the 4 years out at the site. And those, as the colors get more yellow into orange, that's when we're seeing that rate of bat passes, the number of minutes with bat passes per detector increasing.
Okay, so pretty low numbers, and I would just suggest that you never know who's red-green colorblind, so just avoiding that color spectrum would help with a broader spectrum of folks interpreting these.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. We are anticipating presenting on some of this at HCC, so I will make sure that we do not have that color scale when we do that.
Yeah, it's been helpful. We've had folks on our team before who are red-green colorblind, so they're able to help us select color spectrums that work for everybody.
Great. Thanks.
Julia, you said year 3, like there was a problem with the microphones, but I guess, is it being present? I don't know. So can you help me understand year 3?
Sure, yes. I think a bit of what we're working on, so in year 5 is when we need to make an assessment about this location in terms of adaptive management and if we're achieving the acoustic activity increases that we're looking for at the site and anticipating with the mitigation efforts that were put in there. And so it will be in comparison to the baseline, which will be more likely years 0 and 1. And so year 3, we had challenges with microphones out at the site and with getting them replaced. It was a time period where there was a backlog on mic ordering to be able to replace those as well. So we're looking at having this sort of year 4, year 5 comparison to that baseline, since we did have such challenges with site coverage in year 3.
So year 3 is not comparable. Is that?
as well? Yeah. And this is a grab of one of the graphics from our activity report, and the full report is in one of the attachments of our annual. Which describes a little bit more about which locations were active through year 3 and where we had challenges. Next is Tier 5. Tier 5, we received approval for in February of 2025. And so then over the past year and a half, we've been working to execute legal agreements with Dofa Maui and Haleakala Ranch. And we were able to complete those in Q1 and Q2 of FY 2026. The fencing was actually completed by DOFA prior to the final approvals for the mitigation site. And so we are reimbursing DOFA for the completion of that fencing. The first reimbursement was paid last year, and then the next one will be paid, the next half of it will be paid this coming year. We're working to complete outplanting of 138 acres of the mitigation area. This is as of the reporting period for this presentation, we had 10 of those 138 acres outplanted, as ungulate removal by DOFA was still ongoing. As of March of this year, we now have 56 of those acres outplanted, so we've been able to increase that rate of outplanting now that the ungulates are more under control. And then DOFA Maui is working to remove the feral ungulates, and we're reimbursing for those efforts. 285 goats and 15 pigs were removed in the Q1, Q2 of FY26. And we're getting to the point where there are quite a few less ungulates in the area, and we're working in collaboration with the Dofa Maui team to continue eradicating any remaining ungulates within the fence. And then we have oh, go ahead.
So is it only koa that's being outplanted in the 138 acres?
The initial canopy cover goal is for koa to be planted, and then there's a mixture of other native species that are incorporated. And this project, in partnership with Dofa Maui, the forestry team is targeting additional species. So they're targeting some iliahi planting in there and supplementing with some other outplantings that they are interested in incorporating into this location. So that was sort of part of the agreement, is establishing the canopy cover through primarily koa, but additional species as well, and then adding in that mixture and more diversity along the management of the forest reserve.
And that's on DOFA to do, not Oahe?
Oahe is incorporating some mixture of pieces. Some of those other management portions are DOFA was interested in being able to use the land for specific targeted outplantings as well. And then another portion of the Tier 5 mitigation is an above ground water feature that we're coordinating on Haleakala Ranch land. There is a slight delay in the building of that because of agreements and tank acquiring from the source that Haleakala Ranch was interested in acquiring the tank material from. We anticipate that being completed this summer. And in terms of summarizing everything in the annual reports, that is ongoing as well. And then our Tier 6 site-specific mitigation implementation plan, as I mentioned, with coordination with DOFA and incorporating U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and local landowner feedback, and then feedback from ESRC, this group, and from USGS. We've been able to develop this plan and incorporate feedback over the last year or so. So in July, we provided a concept plan for agencies to review. The first plan was submitted in August of 2025. And then a second full plan incorporating several folks' feedback was finalized in November of 2025. In February of 2026, we met with this group, ESRC, and incorporated additional feedback from this team. And so we are nearing finalizing that with the DOFA staff and anticipate that being completed within the next probably week or two. It is offsetting 25 bats. I'll just run through this quickly because I know we've met on this before. The location is at ʻōpeʻapeʻa Ranch Land. It's mitigating 511 acres for that offset with greater than 20% native forest outplanting. And then across the rest of it is a civil pasture style planting as well. We've incorporated predator trapping in the forest outplanting area, barbed wire removal of 17,700 linear feet. And those are highlighted in the map. And then ungulate removal in the forest planting location. And we have an in-ground water feature that is targeted for the location where the blue dot is on the map. This area. For adaptive management at Oahe, we have been implementing various phases of adaptive management at the site since July of 2020, when deterrents were installed. And then we continue to evaluate that against the baseline fatality rate and the threshold value and implement additional adaptive management measures as determined by that planning metric. We removed the Met towers in February of 2023. And then in September of 2024, we coordinated with ʻōpeʻapeʻa Ranch for feral ungulate control and limiting water in the on-site cattle troughs from the high activity period in August to October. We continue to evaluate that baseline fatality rate and assess additional measures that we can take at the site to minimize fatality rates. We deployed acoustic detectors at each turbine in April of 2025, and we're using this to inform those additional measures that could be implemented specifically based on the bat activity at the site. And then in terms of the ESRC recommendations from our previous annual meeting, there is a recommendation to share specifics on the deterrents in the annual report. So the annual report is updated and includes the type of deterrents, which are energy deterrents, all turbines, and the operational timing of those deterrents. So every night from 30 minutes before sunset to 30 minutes after sunrise. And then we submitted the energy bat deterrent installation details for Oahe turbines along with the final report in FY 2025 to DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Second recommendation from ESRC was to report on conversations that we're having more regularly with state and federal agencies and have another meeting to discuss progress that's being made. So we coordinated monthly with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which led to finalizing agreements and starting the implementation of the Tier 5 bat mitigation work at Kamehameha Forest Reserve. We're nearing a final Tier 6 bat mitigation plan and have incorporated feedback from DOFA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, ESRC, USGS, and others into that plan through regular meetings over the past year. We are investigating mitigation options for ʻakēʻakē and developing an amendment package for that species. We are ready to have agency review start in the coming months and targeting the timeline that DOFA has put forward in terms of finalizing that amendment. And we deployed acoustic detectors at each turbine in April of 2025 to develop an informed curtailment strategy and prioritize curtailment around peak bat activity. And we'll continue to coordinate with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the results and next steps of that process. For future plans, Oahe Energy is committed to the project and the species. We're looking forward to continued coordination with DOFA and U.S. Fish as they're available. Similar to what Molly highlighted, that has been a bit limited over the last several months, since about November of last year. We plan to continue investigating minimization measures to reduce take of Hawaiian hoary bat through adaptive management at the site. We appreciate the coordination over the past year with DOFA, US Fish, USGS, and ESRC on the Tier 6 plan, and we're working to finalize that and then begin implementing as soon as that's approved. And we are developing material for the permit amendment to add ʻAKEʻakē with mitigation funding targeted through NIFWIF or a similar appropriate mechanism for that offset. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. That was great. I'd just like to state if members of the public would like to make comments via email, please do so now. In the meantime, we're gonna pull up a recommendation slide for the ESRC if there's discussion or recommendations that would like to be.
Sorry, Jason, before you do that, can you go back yeah.
We can have discussion first, but what I wanted to do is while we're having discussion, I wanted to make sure people knew that they can make comments and whatnot in the meantime.
Sorry, just had some questions on some of the slides, so didn't want them to go away yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it. We're open for discussion.
Mine is a quick one. Julia, can you just go back one slide?
Yep.
And sorry, funding mitigation through NIFWIF? I'm confused about that. Because NIFWIF, I think of as a funding mechanism. So I'm just confused what you mean by funding mitigation through NIFWIF.
Right. So there is a NIFWIF fund that is targeting ʻAKEʻakē and seabirds in Hawaii, specifically projects. So it can pool some of these mitigation efforts that are needed across the islands and benefit a larger impact in a specific project. It's similar to the mechanism that is used in the KWP1 recently approved new HCP.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I do think something that was raised in the opening slides today that Jesse presented, when things get pooled, it can be a little bit tough to discern where those benefits show up. And so for something where it's a little harder to like count how you're making up for something like with bats or something, then that pooling, it's still problematic, but it's a little bit different. And then, but for seabirds, like you're often able to more appropriately see how it's made up for in mitigation at another site. So just, yeah, that would be something I would be concerned about and just confused.
Yeah, and this is specifically for ʻAKEʻakē. So for a seabird that we have, I know you know this part, but that we have sort of limited understanding of the population levels around the island and limited locations where we can have a solid impact on the species in a way that's effective. We've had one take of ʻAKEʻakē at the site over the monitoring of 14 years, so there's pretty minimal direct impact, and we will be calculating out what the indirect and projected impact will be for this amendment application, so it will incorporate that as well. But this is a strategy that was suggested by US Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA as a way to have an impact that is measurable and accounts for the level of sort of mitigation need across a couple of different projects with pretty low direct impact.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying as far as the having only one bird for take so far. DOFA, can you maybe clarify for me, like Julia used the word measurable. What is the NIFWIF funding going toward? How does it benefit ʻAKEʻakē?
Yeah, I would have to look into that. As far as I know, the money is pooled and Fish and Wildlife Service and us will kind of like provide direction on where those monies would best benefit that species. And so, yeah, I mean, this could be something where money could be deposited straight into our endangered species trust fund and we can implement things that way. But this is the same strategy that other programs have used already with the NIFWIF account. And yeah, they just target the money to where they can offset, use it as mitigation to offset the take in a project. And so those conversations are had as the money comes in there and they can kind of direct it to a project. I can if Afshin was here, she might be able to provide a little bit more details in that, but we can gather that information and follow up with the committee on that.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. I think I'll put a finer point on my concern. I will say that in this particular permit context, with it just being one bird we're trying to offset, I understand why this was recommended. But in a case where something like that, it sounds like kicking up the can down the road. Like, we'll figure this out later. This is a hard species to manage. And I've realized there's more thought that went into it than that. But our job as ESRC is to evaluate whether or not this is actually going to offset the take. And it's really difficult to evaluate that if we don't know what kinds of projects it's going to be going toward. And as Julia highlighted, this is a very difficult species to manage. Like, there's one essentially accessible known colony on Big Island, right? And that has that was reported out on in one of our last meetings. There's a very limited number of birds there, and it's being, yeah. Anyways, I understand the challenges, but it also means that it's difficult to evaluate whether it's going to make up for the loss, because it's so many steps and so opaque between here and there. So I just want to highlight that because I think it's a slippery slope potentially. And so I want to raise the concern now. In this case, we're like, it's one individual. It's not really worth a big conversation. That's fine. But then it sets a precedent that we look back on like, it was approved for them. And now you've got a case of 10 birds, or you've got a case of 15 birds, or whatever. So just want to highlight that I think in a case where something's a minimal number of a minimal amount of take, maybe it's okay. But I don't like a practice where it's so many steps, but that we can't, as a committee, evaluate whether or not it's making up for the loss, if that makes sense. And just noting typos on Hawaii.
Sorry. Last minute change, apologies there. Melissa, I will flag that I know Michelle Bagardis has spoken to this quite a bit, and we received some really good guidance from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service around how they intend to manage this type of fund and the limits that they put on it in terms of estimated take of a species that is allowable to proceed in this way. And so that might be a good resource for the DOFA team, or for you if you're interested in trying to get more of the details in how they're understanding the way something like this could be implemented.
Yeah, and I will just highlight that while they are forbidden to be present at wind farm meetings, that expertise will need to be shared directly rather than we need to be able to evaluate it on our own. So the decisions that they make, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit and the state permit are two separate things, right? So we just need to have that clear understanding on our side. And just because Fish and Wildlife Service has said it's okay, doesn't mean that we automatically are like, yeah, that's great. Like, we need to be able to understand where that money is going and whether it actually makes up for the loss. And again, I'm less concerned about the one bird in this case, and just recognizing we're sitting through what, I don't know, 9, 11 of these, something like this over the next couple of days. And we always have an eye toward the new ones being developed, and just making sure that we're being consistent, right? Consistency is really important. And so just want to highlight that, yeah, maybe this is okay for one, but it just bothers me that I know it's tough to make up for ʻAkēʻakē. And so how do I know if it's actually being made up for? That just kind of bothers me. So anyways, it's less about you and more about the principle. So thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. We'll definitely take this these thoughts into consideration as DOFA continues to make recommendations about these kind of things. And I can totally see where you're coming from. So I'd like to kind of look back at other projects that NIFWF has funded. How fast did it come out of the account where you saw on the ground actions happening? Was it 1 year? Was it 5 years? Was it 3 years? And you know, the success of those projects. So something we'll look at for sure and kind of
Yeah,
share.
it's also just an accounting issue, and I don't mean that from a money perspective. I mean it from a take perspective. So
Yeah.
we lost an ʻAkēʻakē. Did we make up for an ʻAkēʻakē somewhere? Or did it just generally go to conservation? That's the concern that we have from an ESRC perspective.
Yeah, I mean, these funds are generally directed straight to the species, straight to, you know, mitigating. But how fast does it happen and how often can it happen? And those are, I'd like to look into this myself. So thanks for bringing up this these questions. Let's
I think
pull up.
Karen had a question, right?
Yeah. Julia, for the 6 bats that you guys have found, have those been submitted to Bishop for sexing?
Yes, we continue to submit bats to Bishop for sexing. In terms of that graphic that was presented by DOFA earlier, I think that was potentially based on the annual numbers in the annual report, and there was a bit of delay in the Bishop processing of some of those genetic samples. As of our Q3 report, we've received 4 more updates to that, and those have been incorporated in our estimates. And so I think the Bishop Museum is working through those carcasses that they have on site and updating as they receive results.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and another question is, I think at a previous meeting, I don't know, remember if it was the last, which meeting it was, you had indicated that you were going to share with us, I guess, what Hawaii's doing to try to evaluate deterrent effectiveness, because it seems like you guys are getting very different results potentially. And I guess I didn't see anything in the slides like trying to, I guess, explaining either what you guys have found or what are you doing to I guess improve minimization, like fatality minimization.
Yeah, I think in terms of the adaptive management portion, I can go back to that slide if you'd like, but so the cycle for adaptive management is to implement something, and then it's 2 years of evaluating how that has affected the rate at the site. And our rates have been coming down over the past few years. And so we are continuing to evaluate how the sort of minimizations that we've put in place are working. And at the same time, we're doing this acoustic study to be able to tailor curtailment more specifically to that high bat activity periods at the site. We removed sort of the water tank and have limited the ungulate access, the feral ungulate access around the facility as part of the previous minimization implementation. And then the next series of implementing an adaptive management measure, if the threshold value is still above that baseline fatality rate, will be in February of 2027.
And then so you guys aren't doing anything to evaluate deterrent efficacy right now?
In terms of the deterrent efficacy, we were planning to work with West on that project, but they were unable to get a big enough pool of participants, and we're not doing any specific assessments of that measure at this point. It is something that is included in our permits as a requirement to put up once they're available. And so it would require modifying our permits in order to remove the deterrence from the site at this point.
Okay, so removing the deterrence would require a modification, but you guys, and so, okay. So are you guys, Wes wasn't able to find a big enough pool? Are you guys pursuing any other efficacy tests, or that's just tabled for now?
I mean, I
not
think it's
making
tabled
progress.
for now because we can't change how we're deploying the detectors. And so we don't have a great mechanism to be able to assess their efficacy with just the one site and the inability to kind of modify the way they're being used. I'd be happy to talk more about options around this if you or others have thoughts about how to evaluate this.
And then, okay, so then the next like evaluation for you guys, whether your, I guess, adaptive management is is leading to downtrend, is in like you said in 2027.
Yes. And we'd be looking at some.
No additional work to be, no additional efforts to improve minimization between now and whatever evaluation happens in 2027.
There is built into the adaptive management plan this time period where you assess how the previous minimization is impacting the site so that we have the data set to know if it's working, if the minimization is working at the location. And so the work that we're doing right now is prepping for what the next option would be in terms of collecting the acoustic data at the site and starting to run some of those focused curtailment assessments around activity.
Because you guys don't have enough acoustic data from previous studies to do that. You want to be collecting new data for that.
We don't have enough continuous with wind data paired year round and with the minimizations that have been put in place thus far to be able to evaluate current activity rates.
Yeah, I think the Gorison study had some evaluations of that time, the time of night activity.
Mm-hmm.
Not sufficient for what you guys would need.
And not since we've implemented these other minimization strategies that have started to reduce take at the site, seemingly.
Because the original HCP did not require deterrence, and then through adaptive management framework, deterrence were then applied everywhere. Could tier 7 going into that amendment, can the efficacy trials happen then, where maybe deterrents are removed or whatnot to look at the differences and stuff like that? So this could be a conversation for the next tier, to kind of to evaluate these deterrent situations.
Yeah, I think we would certainly be open to conversations about how to incorporate that in the future.
And remind me, how many bats is that? Like by the time we get to tier 7?
Our through tier 6 is 140 estimated upper confidence level. But we will begin planning that far ahead of reaching that number. So if there's pieces that we need to talk through incorporating ahead of time, we can do that.
For a little background, in 2019, they amended their permit to add the 3 more tiers. And so that's the limit, tier 6. And so to continue on with additional tiers, we'd have to do an amendment And maybe that would be for another 3 tiers, or, we'll see how that comes across at that time.
Yeah, I guess we're still not getting any closer to understanding efficacy of deterrence and meaningful ways to minimize take. So, yeah, I guess I would hope that there'll be some further consideration of making sure that's incorporated as we continue to have fatalities at the site and elsewhere.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Really, I had a question in terms of kind of the whole cumulative take and the mapping of which towers are responsible for the take. I don't know if there's a chart of that. I was kind of digging, looking for it.
I don't know that we have in our annual report a graphic of which towers are responsible. Let me see if I have anything.
I'm just thinking in terms of us being able to visualize this, take over the course of, because I know from, I believe, other wind farms, like we know there's certain hotspots, right? Like they're Tower 8 or whatever. Is the tower being more responsible? So I think it just would be helpful for us to understand, is it a consistent level of take across all towers? Is it happening at the higher elevation? And is that something that then could be further used to drive adaptive management and minimization efforts?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I don't have a graphic that represents that. That is one of the components that has been included as potentially shifting curtailment to specific turbines that might have more impact than others. In looking at the data, there have been a couple of turbines that have had like spread, not consistently the upper ones or the lower ones. It's sort of a difference between a couple of different ones. And it might be just to a sort of random, it doesn't seem like it has a very solid trend associated with the specific locations. That is something that we're looking into more. What we're seeing more, and what Karen was speaking to with the Gorson study as well, is that sort of time of night and time of year focus more so is when we're seeing a bit more of those fatality records, and then starting to get a better picture with the acoustics of when to target the curtailment around that activity. So sort of like the first 6 hours of the night seems to have a bit more activity, and then other sort of, certain time frames of the year.
We might be able to dig, Lisa, and look at, what's the highest risk turbine. I think it's turbine 6, but I'd have to go back and look. But there's a few turbines across the whole landscape that I think account for maybe 70% of the observed bat fatality.
So as a recommendation, I would like to say that in future reports that we kind of see a visual of the accumulated take per turbine. I think it's just more information that would be helpful for us to be able to understand.
Sorry, I'm working to pull up what we do have in terms of the timing of the time of the year.
Yeah, I guess to add on to Lisa's, I mean, I would hope that Hawaii that you guys are taking a look at all the kind of different scenario, you know, whether it's time of year, like certain turbines at time of year. I mean, Hawaii has the numbers to be looking at some of the, you know, I think some of our other sites maybe don't have the numbers to be looking at these types of things, but Hawaii does. And so I would hope that you guys would be looking at all the different combinations of time of night, time of year, which turbines, all of that to be considering for, you know, a smart curtailment approach.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is in terms of this is the month, so time of year, and this I think is what maybe Jason was referencing, that a large portion of the fatalities have happened August, September, and October, and that is when we target our higher curtailment speeds currently. And so that is, again, what we're evaluating more specifically, to evaluate if implementing something like acoustic triggered smart curtailment would make sense at the site. If we're getting calls close enough to one another, that would be appropriate to implement to offset and minimize this activity. If there is just a solid trend of when the acoustic activity is happening, and we can focus on that. Lisa, in terms of which turbines are more specifically affected, 1 and 2 were ones that were higher somewhat, and 6, but that's sort of shifted. 1 and 2 were closer to one of the cattle troughs that we now have empty of water, and we're removing the feral ungulates around the site as part of our last adaptive management. And so I think the reason why we're trying to do this updated acoustic data set is to assess how those pieces that we've put in place to try and reduce that activity, how that's playing out on the landscape, and if the pieces that we've implemented are supporting what we think they can do to reduce take at the site. And I can certainly prepare a slide with sort of how those turbine specific location understandings, like where we're at with that and how it's shifted, if at all, over time.
Yeah, thank you. I think it would be helpful for us to like aligning that up, say, with this as well. Like,
All right, we're going to go ahead and pull up a recommendation slide that we're working on. Thank you, Julia, for taking our questions.
Of course, happy to. Appreciate the input.
I felt the first recommendation was a little redundant since it's part of what they're doing already, so.
Sorry, can you clarify what the timeline is for, again, we're often reviewing these things a year in the future, so instead of as soon as possible, can we put a realistic timeline expectation there?
Okay, I found this on the web for
One other thing that I know is a big deal for this one is the bat mitigation. And I know you said, oh, they're going to tell us about those meetings and how they're going. And they did that, which is great. But can we have a clear expectation of what the expectations are for the exceeded bat take and what we should see next year when we come back and look at the recommendations? And just note that the word recommendations is spelled incorrectly. Sorry, apparently I'm the spelling police today. Sorry about that.
I appreciate it. I need it checked periodically.
I always like that double C in there. I don't know why.
Sorry, maybe either DOFA or the permittee can explain what they're doing to address the exceeded bat take in the next year. Like, what can we expect to see next year?
We would have a finalized tier 6 plan, because it sounded like Julia's working on getting that to us later this week or earlier next week. So we would have that in place, the SSMIP. So I'd be moving forwards, kind of touching on the conversation that Julia and I had at the beginning of the presentation regarding planning for tier 7. You know, there's the loose concept that planning for the next tier begins when there's you've accrued 75% of the take for that tier. So that's why I was highlighting 134 bats out of 140 for that. But in light of kind of what Karen's saying about the need to be looking at how effective these deterrents are and doing studies, how this is part of the adaptive management, this could you know, really give Hawaii an opportunity to work on this tier 7 right away so that we could implement some of that research sooner as opposed to later. So even though it might be back to back, perhaps starting tier 7 now, or incorporating that with the ʻAKEʻakē amendment, having one large amendment could be a pathway forwards.
And what you said just now, you mentioned ʻAKEʻakē, but you mean the bats as well?
Yes, having you know, just thinking about it, of having a large amendment that would include both ʻAKEʻakē and the next tier of bats, the tier 7. So that there would be the ability for us to do these research studies that are needed for the deterrence. Since there's already planning for an amendment for ʻAKEʻakē in the works of just adding bats to that as well, tier 7.
Okay, so to capture that in a way that's proactive, am I understanding you're saying they need to implement the deterrence and then assess the efficacy? Is it working?
I guess, we do have deterrents at the site and they've been deployed and active out there for, I think, since 2020. And so the question I think that Karen was bringing up is around the efficacy of them at this site versus other sites where there has been more immediate decrease in fatalities associated with those deterrents going out there.
Hmm.
And it's one of the important things with assessing the efficacy of the deterrence is this kind of a situation like Napua Makani where we need some WTGs with deterrence and some without at the same site. So we actually need to take deterrence off of some of these turbines.
It says like, I mean, if it, in order for like that approach to be explored, Hawaii would need to get a permit amendment to take the deterrence off, right? Which you were saying that that's not an option at this time. Yeah, the approach Napua Makani is taking, right, is half the deterrents have them, or half the turbines have them and half them don't.
Yes, that approach could be taken if we included the tier 7, because tier 7 is a new tier for the bats. So they're going to need to amend their ITL anyways. If they were to include that as part of the amendment process for the ʻAKEʻakē, that way, even though they're not near tier 7, we could still implement removal of those deterrents and work on this now, as opposed to waiting for drafting tier 7.
I think, Jesse, from our perspective, we would prefer to move forward with the ʻAKEʻakē amendment because we think it is a pretty approvable, straightforward amendment. And I think the development of a mitigation plan associated with additional take for bats would be a more involved process and anticipate that taking a bit more input from a lot of teams. And so I think we would prefer to pursue the coverage for ʻAKEʻakē independently of that process. But perhaps we can, DOFA, maybe we can connect with DOFA team on what, the language that currently includes deterrent requirements at the site when they're available and what DOFA is comfortable with and with our comfort level in terms of trialing those deterrents more specifically. And if there's any kinds of modifications we can make or adjustments we can make with that, the current language around that.
Okay, so we could look at doing something with the deterrence, but not as part of a tier 7 amendment.
Potentially, yeah.
Can I just ask clarification? Because my understanding is like we're looking at 2 major amendments, correct? Bats and ʻAKEʻakē. I'm hearing that it's going to be split in 2, potentially. And the ESRC would have to review a major amendment twice. So I'm just a little confused, like on process-wise. Like if we know there's major amendment to this permit, I would rather see it all done at once. But I could be talked into other reasons for that, but it seems legally like that one would want to see those pursued together.
Can I ask Cindy a question, or AG, please?
And she is still on.
Cindy, are you still with us? We see that you're on. Perhaps we'll follow up with her later, but yeah, I was just curious if there was any pathway for if we needed to alter the ITL, or if there's any amendment pathway for just simply changing the language regarding the deterrence so we can move forward with the study, or if, like Julia's saying, can we just collaboratively work together to change that language and move forwards?
There might be that. I mean, because the adding the deterrence was through an adaptive management process, maybe there is a way that through DLNR and Fish and Wildlife Coordination, which they can't coordinate with us right now on this, maybe there's a way to allow this process. It's almost like opening up the implementation plan again, to look at the adaptive management measures. This is something we're gonna have to kind of look into to see how we can move down this road. But it wasn't something written into the actual HCP, you know, it was more of an adaptive management measure. And if certain adaptive management measures are not working, it can trigger other adaptive management. And if there isn't any other adaptive management, you know, how does that work? So I would have to kind of look into this to see how we would, you know, how we can approach this. To me, it's scientifically justified to actually start removing deterrents to try to figure out what's going on. So,
I mean, I think a solid study design needs to be developed first, right? I mean, there's some, like, you know, if you're doing something like starting to do thermal monitoring at a turbine that already has deterrents on it, like you might, like a study plan, right, might involve doing that thermal monitoring for a certain amount of time before removing the deterrents to see what behaviors like before, you know, so that you're able to compare, you know, with the deterrents on and them removed and various things, you know. So it seems like there's a lot to be that hashed out, like how, you know, what a good study design would be. And so it seems like, I guess, as a as far as like a recommendation or something, is that I would encourage Oahe to be working with the agencies to be considering ways that they can conduct studies to determine the efficacy of deterrence at their site. And so, yeah, I guess whether that, I guess the kind of administrative, like, I guess the mechanisms for that, but I certainly don't want this to come, I guess, to be taken as like, oh, Oahe should just be taking deterrents off their turbines. Maybe they're, you know, like maybe their working intake would be much higher if they weren't on. I think we don't understand, and that's the problem that we continue to have across the entire state, right? Is that for Oahu and Maui, is that we don't understand if the deterrents are working or not, because it hasn't been studied.
yeah, we can review how the deterrents are described in the permit, the permit conditions. I mean, shortly after putting them on, the wind power company, you know, had saw that, you know, noticed performance, that different things going on, as far as, you know, is this actually working or not? And I don't know, that kind of creates a pathway right there to like show like maybe there needs to be, you know, a limited study on this. And Karen, yeah, you're right. I mean, of course, there needs to be a full plan on how this would work. So I'd like to kind of dive into the permit conditions and kind of see what happened back then when they all went on, and see how that adaptive management process kind of is managed, and see how we can go down that road. I'd like to talk to our AG too, and just kind of have a discussion with her. Cindy's not here right now, per se, but I guess we can make this into a recommendation. So what do we got here?
Oh, she's here.
Oh, hi, Cindy. We had a question for you. Go ahead.
Our question is regarding, there's been a lot of discussion about the need to test the efficacy of the deterrents, specifically at Oahe. this will require removal of some of the deterrents from the turbines. And we're wondering, what is the legal pathway to do that? Does that require any significant legal changes? Is that just a conversation that the agencies have with the licensee, or how does that work?
Yeah, I know that might be a hard question too, but just to fill in a little bit more, the deterrents were incorporated into were requested to be used through an adaptive management activity.
So we can look deeper into this particular habitat conservation plan. It's going to take a deep dive into that, and specifically what you want to do. So if the committee has this question, if you want it to, you could put it in writing to us through your staff, and then we'd be happy to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, I think we can dive into it. So having something on the record coming to us. Okay.
I guess that sub bullet 3, it seems like that's something the agency needs to do. Yeah, that's like to investigate the process, and it's or at a minimum, yeah, I guess.
Are you saying, Karen, we should have this as a DOFA recommendation?
I guess it seems like DOFA needs to investigate what the options are for that, and it's I guess I wouldn't want it to be specific to like a subset of the deterrence. It's like I guess investigating what the options are for making adjustments to the adaptive management requirements or the adaptive management implementation.
All right. Do we have any other recommendations for Oahe from the committee?
I think just specify a number 3 for bats. I know it's kind of implied by deterrence, but we've talked about deterrence for seabirds also, I think, in another context today. So just want to make sure we're specific.
Great. Okay. And Melissa, they did update the tier 6 to put deer fence in there too, just by the way.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna raise my hand on this one. So everybody else okay with the recommendations that we have in front of us? Okay, great. Thank you all. We'll go ahead and save this slide.
Thank you all. Appreciate the
Uh,
feedback.
Thank you, Julia. So in the meantime, we just want to double check if there is any comments from the public on Zoom or in our email on this last part here.
No comments on Zoom. No comments on YouTube. No comments in the email.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. All right, well, this kind of pushes on to our next item, but before that, we should probably break for lunch. It's 1 o'clock. So let's take 45 minutes and we can return here at 1:47 if that's okay with everyone. Hearing no objections, we'll come back at 1:47. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Hope you had a good lunch. And again, really appreciate all your time spending the day with us today and tomorrow. Our next on the agenda today is Kailoa, which is item 7, the status of Kailoa Wind Farm HCP, which is located on the island of Oahu. And we will take down the lunch. Is that still up? No, it's not up. And we'll move forward with our staff presentation on this item at this time.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. We're going to pull up the presentation now. All right. I'll start off with directing your attention to the table at the top of the screen. So looking at the total allowed take and then the total estimated take. So we're looking at the second column and the last column. So the allowed take for bats in tier 4 is 115. The total estimated take is 98. The allowed take for Oahu is 19 adults and 5 chicks and eggs. And the total estimated take is 2 adults and 2 chicks and eggs. So give you folks a quick second to look that over. Moving on to DOFA concerns. As of FY 2025, the project has 7 years left on their ITL. The licensee's mitigation actions are not leading to significant production of both aeʻo and alae. To date, only 1 fledgling for each species has been produced. DOFA has identified and evaluated alternative mitigation sites, though Kailoa remains hesitant to pursue this option. Another option that's been put forwards is a reduction in take request, which Kailoa is also considering. DOFA recommendations. The agencies have encouraged the licensee to explore other options. This is for water birds, such as conducting mitigation actions at a new site or requesting a reduction in take for these species. Although dialogue between all parties has continued, no resolution has been reached. And then DOFA urges the project to continue conversations and seek resolution during the remainder of FY 2026. Moving on to ESRC recommendations. ESRC recommended sharing specification for deterrence in the annual reports. Kailoa did complete this. Also, there was a recommendation by Q4 FY 2025. Kailoa was to go before the ESRC regarding a timeline and plan for lowering the take request, and then options for mitigation sites for coots. If you folks remember, this was on the docket. However, the landowner for Ukoa asked that we pull it the day of that meeting, so the meeting never occurred. However, we did go through all of the motions to make the meeting happen, so it feels like that second bullet point was achieved. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tiffany Agostini from Kailoa. Take it away, Tiffany.
Thank you, Jesse. Let's see. Hoping I'm sharing the right screen here. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. Thank you. Yes, so I'm Tiffany Agostini. I'm Tetra Tech's project manager for HCP compliance for Kailoa Wind, and I'm presenting today with Jacob Dutton, who I believe is on, and we're presenting on behalf of Kailoa Wind. And also, I think Chris Arceri was going to be on this call also representing the project. I can no longer see everyone's faces, so I'm not sure if he's present. Chris, are you present?
We saw him earlier this morning, but he's not on right now.
Okay. Yeah, he said, he's on the East Coast, so I think he had a family thing, but he might pop on later for answering questions. So, gonna move forward. I know you folks have seen many of these slides before, so a lot of this is just going to be reminders. Kailoa has 30 Siemens turbines, and all of them have deterrents, and the deterrents are designed by Energy Systems. The project has 2 unguided Met towers, construction finished in 2012. It's owned and operated by Kailoa Wind LLC, and the landowner is Kamehameha Schools. The ITL and ITP duration is 20 years. And the project has an amendment to the HCP, which added more bats to the take request and also added the Hawaiian petrel as a covered species. Here is the project site map. It's located on the north shore of Oahu, and the yellow circles are the 30 turbines. The primary access is Ashley Road. Similar to last fiscal year, searches included a 55-meter radius circle plot for all the turbines, and also roads surrounding the turbines out to 75 meters were searched. And turbines are searched once per week, and they're 100% searched by our experienced K9 team. Due to safety issues and physical constraints, small portions of the search plots at 13 of the turbines have unsearchable areas. The project actually also searches the 2 unguided Met towers. That happens once per week, and there's no unsearchable areas. And we have not observed any fatalities at the unguided Met towers. Kailoa has 8 covered species, and I'll present that over 2 slides. This table shows the bat take authorization per tier. Tiers 1 through 3 were part of the original HCP, and that totaled 60 bats. Tiers 4 through 6 were added as part of the HCP amendment. The project is currently in Tier 4, which it's been in for some time, and we'll go into some more details about that on the next slides. Here's the take authorization for the other covered species. So water birds, aeʻo, and the petrel. Starting with the MBTA fatalities, this table shows fatalities of MBTA protected species since the beginning of operations, which is on the left column. Just fiscal year 25 in the center, and quarters 1 and 2 of fiscal year 26 on the right column. And I know Jesse already presented this, but this summarizes take of listed species. There was no observed fatalities of covered species in fiscal year 2025. However, there was one bat fatality in calendar year 25. On September 29th, 2025, a bat fatality was found at turbine 1. For the lifetime of the project, there's been 44 observed fatalities, and this includes the 2 incidental observations. Only 4 of those fatalities have been since the deterrents were installed, and I'll show a table on the next slide about that. So using EOA and the 80% upper credible limit, there's an approximately 80% chance that take of Hawaiian hoary bat at the project is less than or equal to 98 bats, and that's through the end of the calendar year. So as I mentioned, this places the project in tier 4, and that goes up to 115 bats. This estimate incorporates the approved adjusted row value. I know we discussed that before, but Jacob will go into some more detail about that. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. The only other species with observed take is Hawaiian petrel. And the total estimate for petrel using EOA is 2 adults and 2 chicks and eggs. This table provides a good visual of bat take per fiscal year. So deterrents were installed at the end of fiscal year 2019. So that means everything below that thick line is after deterrents was installed. And that is a good segue into Jacob. He's going to talk about avoidance and minimization.
All right. Thank you, Tiffany. Yeah, so for avoidance and minimization measures implemented in the project, we have low wind speed curtailment and the installation of deterrents, which we've been talking about. All the deterrents were installed at the end of FY 2019 and have been operational since the start of FY 2020 through present. For Kailoa, each deterrent system is comprised of 5 DUs, deterrent units, and they're installed in a star-shaped pattern around the nacelle. There's a little image of it right there on the top. 1 DU is mounted on the top of the nacelle, 2 are on the sides, and then 2 more down on the bottom to get that star shape. Each DU consists of 6 subarray of speakers that emit sounds at different frequencies and decibel levels. And the DUs are connected via cables to the deterrent unit controller, which powers, sets schedules, communicates the system status remotely. And the deterrent functionality is monitored remotely by NRG. These are all NRG deterrents, of course. They monitor that and ensure the systems are operating as intended. The total site-wide deterrent availability in FY 2025 was 93.3%. Any underperforming DUs or DU controllers were replaced as soon as possible. Based off of NRG's recommendations. And since each turbine is installed with 5 DUs, there is some overlapping coverage in the deterred airspace. And so the result of a single DU failure is less than 1/5 of the rotor swept zone. So if one DU is deficient, a turbine has some adequate coverage to cover the rest of the rotor swept zone due to redundancy of the other 4. Most of the DUs are being replaced, are still actually fully functional, but they're replaced proactively due to observed subarray degradation. Observed fatalities and PCM data demonstrated that the risk to bats at the site has been reduced following the installation of deterrents. Low wind speed curtailment implemented as seen on the slide. We have a cutout speed of 5 meters per second and a cut-in speed of 5.2. It's been adaptively managed, its project over the years. It's been operating under the same low wind speed curtailment regime since the end of FY 2021, though. Next slide. So as Tiffany mentioned, Kailoa they've been approved to incorporate the benefit of deterrents into the take analysis for bats using a modified row value. Agencies approved the use of this value in June of 2024. Since the installation of deterrents, as Tiffany said, there's been 4 bat fatalities observed at the site. So there's been a consistent, sustained trend of fatality reduction following deterrent installation. There's a significant difference in the estimated fatality rates between pre-deterrent and post-deterrent years following installation, and nothing at the site has really changed except increasing our overall detection probability. In FY 2025, that calculated row value was 0.101. This value is updated annually to incorporate the most recent PCM data, which is also a condition of approval from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So the other conditions of approval are listed here. The detection probability in FY 2025 was higher than that of 2023, and on-site acoustic monitoring has continued and will continue, and we'll present that on a future slide.
Thanks, Jacob. This slide summarizes bat mitigation per tier. Tiers 2 through 4 are complete, and tier 1 is still ongoing. This includes on-site acoustic surveys at the wind farm and also management at Ukoa wetland. The HCP only required acoustic surveys on site at 5-year intervals, but Kaweloa has had recorders on site continuously. Take that back to Jacob.
Okay. So on-site acoustic monitoring is described in section 8.1.1 in the annual report. Here we're showing tables, table 9 and figure 4 in that report. We have 4 SM2 ultrasonic bat detectors that have been deployed in the same location since 2013. In 2025, bats were detected on 337 of 1,392 detection nights, which gives us a detection rate of 24.2%. The detection rate during 2025 sampling period was slightly lower than that of the 2024 sampling period, with a detection rate of 25.3. Obviously, this isn't a real significant difference. Next slide, please. So here we have a summary of our bat mitigation at Ukoa wetland. We have bat lanes that were created. There were 16 bat lanes that were created in December of 2017. They're maintained on a regular interval as needed. During FY 2025, maintenance occurred on 6 of those lanes, and in November of 2025, an additional 5 lanes were maintained. We also do vegetation control, specifically in the areas of open water. So water hyacinth was initially removed from Ukoa Pond in December 2016. It's been vegetation control and maintenance is conducted in that area of open water and occurs quarterly. So that bottom photo is just for reference of what it's looking like now. Vegetation that we're currently controlling is California grass, bulrush, cattail, all with the goal of maintaining that open water. Predator control and fence maintenance is ongoing. We contract, our contractor is Grayboard. They conduct predator and ungulate removal as well as monitor and repair the fence. In FY 2025, 171 predators were removed from Ukoa wetland, including pigs, mongoose, and rats. Bat acoustic surveys historically occurred for many years at Ukoa. The project has 7 years of post-treatment acoustic data, and the HCP only required 3 years of post-treatment data, and then a subsequent 5-year interval. So acoustic monitoring was suspended and will resume again in 2029. And just a reminder, the success criteria for bats for tier 1 was adaptively managed and is the completion of management and monitoring components. And this next slide, shows the location of Ukoa. It's about 2.5 miles west of the project. It also shows some of the components of our bat mitigation. So the open water area is highlighted in blue. The bat lanes are those yellow lines. The fence is the green polygon that's around the wetland. And it also shows historical locations of our bat detectors. So there's 2 mics per detector. So those little green circles, those would have been where the microphones were.
Thanks, Jacob. As I mentioned, the project's bat take is currently in tier 4. Per the HCP amendment, planning for tier 5 was triggered in 2019. So a site-specific mitigation implementation plan was submitted per the amendment. However, the amendment assumed a much faster rate of take because it was drafted before deterrents were installed. And deterrents have slowed the take rate and given us time to really reevaluate the best mitigation options. The projections indicate that the project is likely to remain within tier 4 for the entire ITL ITP term. At the end of Q2, so this includes that September bat fatality, EUA estimated that there's a 97.1% chance that the project is going to remain within that tier 4. If the project does go into tier 5, it would likely only exceed that tier threshold slightly. But unfortunately, tier 5 for Kawailoa is 85 bats. So the project is considering adjusting the mitigation framework, so it's not obligated to mitigate for a full 85 bats, given that the project is not expecting to take that many bats at the end of the permit term. So if tier 5 is triggered, it would probably be at the end of the project's permit term, which means that acquisition options are more appealing than management options. We have reached out to DOFA and Trust for Public Lands about potential acquisition options. We don't have any strong options identified right now, but we're still exploring options in case tier 5 is needed. We're really hoping it is not needed. Okay, so that was all bat mitigation. I'm going to move on to other covered species mitigation, which all the other species are in tier 1. Aeʻo, petrel, and shearwater mitigation is complete. Waterbird mitigation is still ongoing, and mitigation actions are occurring per the HCP as well as adaptive management. Waterbird mitigation occurs at the Ukoa wetland mitigation site. Just a quick reminder that there has been no observed waterbird take at Kawailoa, and it's been operating for 13.5 years. There's also been no observed waterbird take at the other wind farms in Hawaii. Despite this, Kawailoa has been funding waterbird mitigation at Ukoa since 2012. And that's as the same site as the tier 1 bat mitigation. So the activities are very similar to the bat mitigation. It's the invasive vegetation removal, particularly in the open water. There's fence monitoring and maintenance, and also predator control and monitoring. And we do weekly waterbird surveys throughout most of the year. So the highlights on recent results: alae has always been the most abundant species that we've seen. We see them on every survey, and they were recorded at all 9 point count stations in fiscal year 2025. Unfortunately, there wasn't any successful alae breeding events that were observed last fiscal year. For stilts, we mentioned to you last year that we saw the first juvenile stilt that we believe fledged from Ukoa. It officially fledged in fiscal year 2025, but we mentioned it to you last year. No additional stilt breeding has been observed since then. The aeʻo sightings were higher in fiscal year 2014 and 25 compared to previous years, but we haven't seen a whole lot of the birds around Ukoa lately. The really exciting news is about ʻAʻikeʻakē. So after so many years of management, there are finally ʻAʻikeʻakē regularly at Ukoa. We're pretty excited about it. We mentioned last year that there was a single coot at Ukoa, and that was the first time we had seen ʻAʻikeʻakē at Ukoa since 2017. That was just a single bird. And then in April of 2025, we observed a second Hawaiian coot at Ukoa. By May, the pair had a nest. In June, there were 3 eggs in the nest and then 3 chicks. And by the end of the fiscal year 25, there were 2 coot chicks that were at Ukoa. One chick officially fledged in August of 2025, and that was about 75 days after hatching. So this is the first ʻAʻikeʻakē breeding activity observed at Ukoa. And the pair and the juvenile are still there. Jacob continues to see mating behavior, and actually he's currently monitoring an active nest from the pair. So what does this all mean in terms of HCP requirements? This table summarizes the fledgling requirements for waterbirds. You can see that the project's close to meeting the alae requirement, but just getting started with stilts and ʻAʻikeʻakē. The recent successful breeding of these two species is promising, so we want to continue to monitor and manage for water birds at Ukoa in hopes that there will be more successful breeding. However, considering that there's been no water bird take at Ukoa or at Kawailoa or other wind farms to date, and there's still a pretty long ways to go for the ʻAkeʻakē and aeʻo take requirements, the project is likely going to reduce the take request for these two species. We think water bird take is unlikely and not reasonably certain to occur, and reducing the take would not be a major change to the HCP analysis. So I know we've mentioned this to you folks before, and we've had discussions with Fish and Wildlife and DOFA. And DOFA has informed us that this take reduction would be a minor amendment on their side. It's not totally clear at this point what the process would look like for Fish and Wildlife. And as everyone else has mentioned, unfortunately, we're not able to have much discussions with them. But there are 5.5 years left in the permit term, and we feel that's enough time to reduce the take requests of these two species, and hopefully we can continue to see some breeding of them before the end of the permit term. So we will continue to discuss this topic with DOFA and, when possible, Fish and Wildlife. And that is the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Tiffany. Who's the dog on the slide? Is that one of the searcher dogs?
Yes, yeah, that was Murphy. Murphy was one of the first detection dogs at Kawailoa. I'm sure Jacob was there in the beginning, so he could tell you all about Murphy. But yeah, I think a few of you guys probably saw Murphy in action. If you ever came to the site and Deb did a demonstration, then most likely it was Murphy. He was awesome.
Very, very nice. All right. Thanks for staying under 20 minutes.
Yeah, happy.
We're gonna just go for ESRC recommendations and whatnot, and see if we have any comments from the public, but we'll go ahead and just get a recommendation slide up here in just a second.
Can we ask questions, Jason? Is that
Yeah, I'm sorry, go for it.
okay? Thank you for the presentation. I guess I wanted to check with you about for the row value adjustment. You guys, I think it got retroed back to 2020 when the deterrents were started. I think the criteria now is that the detection probability has to be above, is it like 5.3 or 5.6? Is that right? But so in the years 2020 and 2021, the detection probability was quite a bit lower than that. It was like 0.34 and 0.35. So what is I guess my understanding is the reason why you would have that criteria so that there's like a certain level of assurance that there's carcass detection. So I guess, can you help me understand why it was applied to those years where that minimum criteria wasn't met?
Why it was applied to the 2023 value, why that's our sticking point, was we were told that was it was the first year where we expanded the search area out to 55 meters and 75 meters on roads. So that's why they included that one as as our minimum value. Why it's applied to the other years is those are the years that the track were operational. So if they're operational during that time period, we include it.
Right. Even though I don't know if that's my computer. The detection probability was quite a bit lower during that time.
It was lower at that time was because the search areas were smaller. But yeah, I do get what you're saying. It's the reduction of risk was still there, I guess, during that time period, just because the terms were operation.
And so if the, can you explain like how it's gonna work? So if the detection probability goes down below that threshold, how does that work for the calculations for you guys? I guess going forward, like it was, it was projected backwards even when you weren't above that minimum criteria. So I guess in that, I guess going forward, how does that work? Then if you fall below that, is it still like, are you still gonna get the credit for that lower row value?
That's a good question. I mean, these were given to the project from Fish and Wildlife's modeler without, you know, a ton of explanation. So I guess our job has just, our understanding is that if the detection probability is not met, then the row value is not approved as it was agreed upon. So I'm not, yeah, I guess we never talked through a scenario of what happens if the detection probability is not met in a certain year. But certainly Kawailoa is trying to do as much as they can to, you know, keep the search plots at that size to meet detection probability, ensure, you know, carcass retention. So yeah, I don't think we have talked through a scenario if we don't meet it, but our understanding is that we would then need to talk about whether or not it needs to be adjusted differently.
The row value doesn't have like a huge impact on, say, your estimated direct take. It's more of a projections issue. So if you change the row value for all the way through FY 2025, our take number will go up, but it won't go up substantially. It'll go up like 3 or 4, I believe, by 3 or 4. And then the projection number is where that's just, it continues on a trajectory. It goes pretty steep, flattens out for 7 years, and then just goes straight back up again because of the excess take that we had to start the project.
Yeah.
So it's more of a projection.
No, and that would push you into the other tier, right?
Yeah.
I guess sort of related to that is the probability of persistence. I think I didn't see it in the slides that you guys presented, but it's in the report. And so the probability of persistence, you guys, for the bat surrogates is like 0.73, 0.74. And that's lower, I think, than what some of the other groups have presented. And it seemed like KWP had that lower value, and then I guess made a conscious, I guess deliberately pointed out in the presentation today that for FY26 they were going to had improved that probability of persistence. So are you guys also, I mean, that's all tied into this. Are you guys, I guess, where are you guys at with that? Are you guys working to improve your probability of persistence, or what is, I guess?
Yeah, that's the whole reason why we're continuing with the trapping. The trapping isn't required. It's just something that we should do to maintain, or at least try to benefit or increase our probability of persistence. KBP, Oahe, Wailoa, all very different sites geographically, especially Wailoa. Like there's massive gulches. It's a large area. There's a lot of different predators on the landscape, scavengers on the landscape. So at this point, yes, we're targeting some. We have done pretty substantial trapping in the past, and right now our persistence values are actually pretty similar to the values that we had historically. So this isn't, well, it's lower than others, but it's not. It's been about the same for the site.
And it seems like that's going to be right an important part of keeping that detection probability above
It's-
that threshold.
It's pretty much the main thing, yeah, for sure. We're not gonna, well, we could increase our search areas. That's not planned. Searcher efficiency is gonna be pretty similar with dogs throughout the years. Carcass persistence is definitely a variable we gotta keep an eye on for sure.
Thanks. I guess for DOFA, can I ask, are you, so for the, I guess the, like meeting the thresholds and the changes in row, that's all in, that's a Fish and Wildlife Service process, and DOFA just, I guess, DOFA is not involved in that, and so you guys, I guess on the DOFA side, it doesn't, there's not, a piece where I guess you guys are involved in the decision making on how that gets adjusted if they fall below the probability detection probability. Is that right?
You are correct, Karen. We do rely on the service for that, partially because we don't have the in-house expertise for that.
Thanks.
Do you guys have any, is there anything else that we'd like to discuss or comment on?
I guess I would just be curious about DOFA's thoughts in response to reducing the take limit on water birds.
Yes, we have had, as Tiffany has commented, we have had conversations about that. After talking with AFSHEEN, we feel that a reduction to 2 individuals, 2 adults, might be sufficient. But we definitely support a reduction in take requests because the data is just showing that, you know, these folks haven't taken any water birds, and also no wind farm across the state has taken any water birds, save the nēnē at KWP. And after analyzing options for moving mitigation sites, because Tiffany, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the NEPA and 343 analysis requires that a site be picked within the Wailua district. So other places like Pohala would not be suitable, and Kailua did identify an additional wetland area in Wailua district, but to the best of my recollection, there weren't currently any birds there. So it seemed like Ukoa was a better bet because the birds are there.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, would you guys like to move forward with recommendations at this time? We can.
Yes, thank you.
Philip side.
I guess with regards to the timeline, the next calendar year, just wondering how that works if we are not able to consult with Fish and Wildlife Service.
That's a great question, Tiffany. We might actually be able to issue a change to the ITL without a corresponding change to the ITP. And as you pointed out, for us, it's just a minor amendment that was confirmed with the AG.
Okay, that's good to know.
I don't think this is an ESRC discussion, right? I mean, this is the licensee, I mean, has interest in continuing this conversation. I don't think that this is an ESRC, belongs on the slide as an ESRC recommendation, but I don't know what the other members think, but. Yeah.
Maybe it was on there because I think last year there was a recommendation for us to present to ESRC about the plan. So maybe that might have just been a follow-up, but whatever you guys think is best.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't see this as like an ESRC the recommendation, but.
Yeah, I would agree. This doesn't feel like an ESRC recommendation.
I would say as a committee member, I appreciate knowing that the conversations
Yeah.
are going on about reduced take. So I don't, however, perhaps this is a newsletter kind of thing, as you mentioned,
There you
Jesse,
go.
at the beginning.
That's a good point, yes.
I just wanted to ask you a number of questions about that calculations. Was there anything there that resulted in thought for recommendation, or were you satisfied?
Sorry, Melissa, it was hard to hear you at the beginning of that. Who are you?
Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was a question for Karen. She had asked quite a few questions about back calculations, and I was wondering if she had a recommendation coming out of that, or if she was satisfied and didn't have a recommendation. Sorry, did that question come through okay?
Yep, we heard you.
Yes.
Okay.
Karen might have stepped away for a second really quick. We can maybe table that question for a second until we get Karen, until she comes back on again. In the meantime, we have one recommendation to staff to add the information on the reduction to the newsletter, and we'll keep everyone informed. And so we'll put that off to the side. And it seems like currently we don't have any recommendations for this applicant from the ESRC. And if that's where we stand right now, we can look and see if we have any comments from folks and kind of go from there.
Oh, we have no comments on the Zoom. We have no comments in the email. We have no comments on the YouTube.
Thank you, Jesse. Karen, are you there by any chance?
Jason, she put something in the chat that she had to step away for 5 minutes at 7:30, so I imagine she'll be back in a few.
Okay, we just saw that. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move forward then. We'll save that slide, and we had no comments, so we can actually move forward to our next agenda item. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
All right, item 8 is the status of Kahuku Wind Farm HCP on Oahu. And we'll start with the DOFA presentation at this time. Jesse.
All right, moving up or down the coast, putting another perspective to Kahuku from Kuailoa. We'll start off by looking at the take table. It's on your right-hand side. We have a total estimated take of 30 and a licensed take of 23. So DOFA concerns are Kahuku has exceeded its permitted bat take under the current ITL and is now seeking an amendment to this ITL to cover the additional bat take. And then there's just more dialogue on that. DOFA recommendations are DOFA recommends that the licensee incorporate both agency comments and ESRC feedback in their submission of a draft amendment to request higher bat take as soon as possible, so DOFA can review it and present it to the ESRC as part of the approval process. Molly has sent over a copy of the draft amendment. We did a site visit. We spoke about the draft amendment, so we are just kind of wrapping up any more additional comments we have on that. So that process is moving forwards. So on to the ESRC recommendations. Again, we have the share the specifications for deterrence and annual report. Kahuku did do this. Consider using trail cameras to monitor predators at mitigation site and then follow adaptive management for predator control actions if triggered. I'm gonna have to defer to Molly for this one.
I have a slide on this, Jesse, that I can, but the short answer is that we did not do that in FY 2025, but we are looking at potentially putting a thermal camera at the mitigation site, both to document bat behavior as well as potential predators.
Gotcha. Thank you, Molly. And then the last one was a request an update on the license amendment, increased bat take that is taking place, present mitigation and adaptive management to minimize take at wind farm to show how they will address. Sorry about that, folks. How they will address excess take at wind farm before the amendment. I know that Kahuku is working on mitigation options with Magnolia. Molly probably has a slide or can speak to that in more detail. And then as far as adaptive management, that would be another one I would yield the floor to Molly on.
Yeah, I'll go more into that as well, Jesse. The main thing we did in FY 2025 was to install deterrents on all 12 turbines. So we've got several slides on that.
Perfect. And with that, the floor is yours.
All right. You'd think by the third time I'd have this down. Okay. Sorry, just getting all my screens in the right spot. Okay, just in case anyone from the public has joined since I last presented, I'm Molly Stevenson, Senior Biologist with Terraform Power. We own and operate the Kahuku Wind Farm on Oahu. I also have Jenny Taylor from Tetra Tech with me as well. The Kahuku Wind Project is located near Kahuku on the town of Oahu. There's 12 turbines with a total capacity of 30 megawatts. And we're currently operating under a 20-year ITL that was issued in June of 2010. Our federal take coverage is under a biological opinion under Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act. And there have not been any amendments to this project's HCP to date. However, as Jesse just mentioned, we are actively working on an amendment for the project, which I will touch on in this presentation. And there were 8 covered species on the Kahuku ITL, the Hawaiian hoary bat, the Hawaiian stilt, Hawaiian coot, Hawaiian duck, Hawaiian gallinule, petrel, Newell shearwater, and the puʻeo. Here's a quick map of the project site and its location. You can see the 12 turbines, our 35-meter radius search plots for fatality monitoring, and the location of our 4 acoustic detectors. In June 2025, we installed acoustic deterrents on all 12 turbines, which I'll cover more later in the presentation. And then the 4 turbines that have acoustic detectors also had thermal imaging cameras added in March of 2025. So as I mentioned on the first slide, we have 8 covered species. However, we've only ever observed take of 1 species, the ʻōpeʻapeʻa. Whoops. So 2 ʻōpeʻapeʻa were found in FY 2025, 1 in October of 2024 and 1 in December of 2024. And then a 3rd bat was found in October 2025. So there's been a total of 13 fatalities found over 15.5 years of operations. Utilizing evidence of absence, we're currently estimating that our take has been less than or equal to 30 bats at the 80% upper credible level. Our permit was for 23 adult equivalent bats, and therefore, as Jesse mentioned, we've exceeded our higher tier of permitted take. So we've been actively working with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA, well, DOFA for sure, on seeking additional take coverage, and we'll give an update on that later. And this is just a figure sort of showing where our take was at over time. So the x-axis is a timeline, which is marking each year at September 15th. And then the number of bat fatalities that were found in a given year are these small blue bars. So you can see typically we're finding, 1 bat or 0. And then the orange line shows the permitted amount of take at 23 bats. And then we initiated an HCP amendment after 2 bats were found in October of 2023. And then we installed deterrents in June of 2025. For MBTA fatalities, we had 6 in the last 18 months. They were 5 wedge-tailed shearwaters and a Pacific golden plover. And then for minimization, we conduct low wind speed curtailment at 5 meters per second from sunset to sunrise, April through November, and that's been in place since April 27th, 2012. And then the deterrents were all active starting June 30th of 2025. We're not going to get into it much today, but as part of our HCP amendment, we are evaluating alternative curtailment strategies, looking at changes to the dates and or cut-in speed for those, and that will be presented as part of our HCP amendment. So we voluntarily installed thermal cameras on 4 of the turbines in March of last year. The photos here show the setup on the far left corner. The middle photo shows how we're able to check the camera's field of view. Then there's a diagram sort of showing what that field of view is. And then that last image is an example image that we received from our contractor, which is overlaying various insect and bat flight paths into a single image. So the more spaced out yellow dots are actually insects, and then the more faint line is a bat. So you can see there's a bat that is kind of flying in the lower part of this photo. Thermal monitoring is continuing through June of this year. So that will give us a full year of data while the deterrents were operational. And then we have, I guess, about 4 months prior to the deterrents being operational as well. Our deterrent setup, as Jesse mentioned in his first presentation today, is slightly different than the other wind farms in Hawaii due to our turbine model. So our deterrents are mounted about 15 feet off the ground, angled up towards the lower end of the rotor swept zone. In the photo here, you can see one of the deterrents, but there are 4 of them circling the turbine base to provide full coverage around that turbine base. And then each of those 4 units looks like the zoomed in photo here, with 6 panels. And as Jacob mentioned for Kaiwailoa, each panel emits different frequency ranges, and the units are monitored through a remote satellite communication package that provides us with weekly operational status reports. And they're emitting ultrasound at a frequency between 20 and 50 kilohertz, which includes the range that the ʻōpeʻapeʻa echolocates at. For post-construction monitoring, we use canine searches on a weekly basis and search within 35-meter radius mode plots. At Kahuku, like at KWP2, we had seen a drop in carcass persistence in FY 2025. And so we've been working on modifying some of our trapping efforts to bring that back up, which has been successful. And sort of just building off of what Jacob presented in the last slide, you know, there's definitely different challenges at each wind farm. And, you know, Kahuku has a lot more landowners surrounding it and a lot more opportunities for egress of predators, I think, than KWP, which, as you guys saw at the site visit, is fairly isolated. For mitigation, Kahuku has finished the baseline tier of mitigation for all 8 covered species. For the 7 species we've not had fatality records of, no additional mitigations needed at this time. For the ʻōpeʻapeʻa, we completed baseline mitigation, and then mitigation planning for the higher tier was initiated in FY 2020, and the final mitigation plan was approved in FY 2024. In FY 2025, we began implementing that plan, and I'll flip to the next slides to go into more detail on that. So this is a map of the Helimano mitigation sites. And so this first image is showing the cleared parcels that we've created, the bat lanes, similar to what Kaiwailoa had done. And we're now maintaining those through a combination of cattle grazing and mechanical means. And that work was all completed between January and April of last year. So this is an aerial image that was taken while parcel 3 was undergoing its initial clearing, which was mainly of Christmasberry. And you can see here the trees that were left within the bat lanes if they were a known roost tree, which was mostly African tulip, lychee, and kukui nut in this parcel. This is one of the upper parcels showing the cleared vegetation that now allows for foraging and travel within the lanes. And I believe this is one that is being maintained through cattle grazing. Parcel 4 is where we've had the highest levels of bat activity. This is just mechanical clearing where we don't have cattle at the moment, and that gets triggered once vegetation hits 36 inches. And then we have also been working on the barbed wire fence replacement. So far, we've only been able to replace it in areas where the replacement can occur without any ground disturbance. And that was due to we had a 13-month wait for a response from SHPD on our on a determination for monitoring. And now we are working with DOFA and SHPD to determine if archaeological monitoring is needed along the fence line. So the yellow areas here are where we've been able to remove and replace the wire, and then the greenish blue lines are where the wire has been removed and we're in the process of replacing it. And this is as of 3 days ago, the update I received. So just a photo of the barbed wire having been removed and then replaced with smooth wire. And then this slide is preliminary data, so we can't draw any conclusions yet, and we don't know yet whether there's statistical significance. But our year 1 monitoring, which is in blue, shows a similar trend as baseline in red, with somewhat higher activity during the late summer than during baseline year. We'll be doing a more comprehensive evaluation of trends once we have the full year 1 data set. And this is also the first of 3 monitoring years. So we'll look again in year 3 and year 5, which will paint a comprehensive picture of trends. These were the 4 recommendations we had last year from the ESRC meeting. Like Jesse mentioned, we added detailed specifications for the deterrence into our annual report. Regarding the use of trail cameras at the mitigation sites, like I mentioned, we were focused on vegetation clearing this last year and the fence project, but we are currently looking at deploying a thermal camera at the site to document bat use as well as potential predator presence. We submitted a revised HCP to DOFA staff in April, and we held an in-person meeting to discuss the details of that on May 4th. And then we're working with DOFA to develop a schedule for that. But I'll kind of give you what we think our initial schedule is here in a minute. And then section 10 of this year's report has an overview of the adaptive management that's been done and our current investigations into smart curtailment. We're also, like Jesse mentioned, actively working with Magnolia to identify mitigation projects and develop a mitigation plan for the additional bat take, and that will be included in the HCP amendment. So like I mentioned, the only new adaptive management we implemented in the last year and a half has been installing the NRG deterrence and thermal monitoring. And then in FY 2024, we had notified agencies of our intent to amend the ITL due to our higher than anticipated bat take. And we've continued to have regular ongoing agency coordination. We've had biweekly calls for the last year. And then like Jesse mentioned, we just did a couple site visits here a few weeks ago. So our future plans are to amend our HCP and ITL. We will be implementing additional bat mitigation for take in exceedance of the 23 bats that have already been mitigated for. We're evaluating altering our curtailment regime, and then we'll continue to evaluate the effectiveness of the deterrence at our site. Our tentative timeline is that we would hope to come and update you all on our proposed HCP amendment in early FY 2027, publish a draft HCP early to mid FY 2027, and host the ESRC meeting and a site visit at that time, and then hopefully have a final HCP and ESRC vote by late FY 2027. And that is all I have.
Thank you again, Molly. We will open up for ESRC discussion.
One quick clarification question. Who is Magnolia?
Oh, apologies. They are a mitigation provider that's been working with DOFA on the conservation banking bill. So we're not looking at doing a conservation bank with them, but we have been using them to help identify landowners who have an interest in bat mitigation projects on their properties.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the results from the thermal monitoring and the deterrence, and I'm really glad to see that that's moving forward at this site. That's a really important step. Thank you.
Of course.
For presenting on that.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Are you using the same conservation dogs as the other site?
No, Jenny can speak to that, but I don't believe so.
We are not using the same canine as Kaiwailoa. We have a different canine searcher a canine handler who has 2 dogs, and she switches off between the dogs. Both are CEEP tested. And then we also have a backup group in case that canine handler is not available. And that backup group is Hawaiian conservation dogs, and they search also at Napuamakani. They are also CEEP tested, and usually over the course of a year might search up to 7 or 8 times. So it's primarily the one handler who is specific only to kahuku.
Thank you. As you folks are searching for a new site, one just thought to avoid some things that we ran into last time in developing things. The bat lanes, I know, increase detections of activity. But when we think about the long-term improvement for bats, it's kind of a short-term change to the landscape. And so one of the things we had talked about is how those changes can turn into long-term improvements in native plant cover or native ecosystem cover, that type of a thing. So just something to consider as you folks are having those conversations over the next 6 months, is as you're looking toward the next the permit amendment for exceeding the bat take, how can that habitat be improved in a way that kind of improves it for the long haul and not just a temporary removal of invasive vegetation. But we'll have plenty of time to review it later. Just want to make that comment now because I know it's much easier to make a comment now than once things have been discussed for 6 months.
No, I really appreciate that feedback, Melissa. Thank you. And I should mention too, I don't think I mentioned this when I was mentioning our HCP amendment, but I think Jesse and Jason would agree with that. Well, I won't put words in their mouth, but we took lessons learned from the KWP HCP process. And so, the things that you guys brought up and that the public brought up on KWP have been incorporated into the Kahuku HCP. So we're hoping that helps the process.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd like to just make a comment about the site visit. Out of all the wind farm facilities that we've been able to visit, this one was clearly an outlier based on the search area was, it was a really great search area that underneath the turbines were super clear and they went to the radius they needed to go to. And anyways, I just see, the searches that are conducted there being pretty proficient. And, we just want to say thanks for taking care of the land underneath those turbines and making sure they're clear for the canine handlers to get in there and stuff like that. But it was really good to see compared to a lot of the other facilities that we visited. So good stuff. Do we have we have one recommendation kind of starting here for Kahuku. Can we move to recommendations unless there's any other discussion? All right, recommendations.
Can I make a request, I guess, for DOFA for, I think, Jesse, that table that you presented in the beginning that had the different deterrent specifications? Can you add in that table the frequency range that's being emitted at each of the locations?
Sure, I can definitely add that.
I will just add, I believe they should all be the same because they are all the NRG deterrents. They're just mounted in different ways, but they should all be the 20 to 50 kilohertz.
Yeah.
And I say
guess
that
that's
only because I asked them to change it and they can't. So
Okay. Yeah, I guess I think it's still just it's like it's valuable to see what's the same and what's different at different sites. So yeah, if they're all the same, that's that's informative too.
They've got a good monopoly on the market.
Okay, so the recommendation we have right now is provide a draft amendment to the ESRC in FY27 for review. And if we don't have anything else to add,
Sorry,
I
just
don't
a
have
quick point of clarification. Fiscal year 2027 is are we expecting it like fall or like spring? What does fiscal year 2027?
Well, Molly kind of gave a little overview of the strategy a little bit earlier, but
Yeah, my goal is like fall, Melissa, because I would like to be permitted by the beginning of FY 2028. I will bring up the same concern that I can't remember if it was Tiffany or Julia brought up, that how our inability to interact with Fish and Wildlife Service will influence that timeline. I can't predict, but we will do everything in our power to move forward on the state side as far as we can.
Yeah, we understand. Thank you. And yeah, thanks for adding that into the slide. I appreciate it.
okay. I won't be able to see everyone's hands, but if we can just show hands and maybe let's go forward if I can't see your hands for the ESRC recommendations that we have up now. Okay. Melissa, you okay?
Well played.
She raised her hand. It was great.
Oh,
good use of technology there.
I didn't even see that. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this probably won't be the last time that you guys hear from me this year, but thanks in advance for your time as we work through this amendment now.
Yeah, well, we enjoy working with you, Molly, so all good there.
Thanks, Jason.
So we're gonna just look and see if we have any comments from the public via Zoom and email, YouTube.
None on Zoom. None in the email. None on the YouTube.
Okay. All right, so no public comments, and I think Lindsay is now gone, so I'm just going to, I think she left at 3 here, so we still have quorum, so all is good. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to our final item, well, our last item 9, which is second from last, but and that is the status of Nipua Makani Power Partners HCP, and that's also on the island of Oahu. So we'll go forward with staff presentation on that and continue on.
All right, folks, this is our last item for the day, save adjournment. We have Leslie McLean here from the Nipua Makani Power Partners. We'll start off with the staff presentation. Again, if we could review the take table really quickly, it's on your right-hand side. So authorization is for 34 bats. Have a license take of 11. So we'll go ahead and move to ESRC recommendations. Oahu, there have been at least 2 documented fatalities of this species at the project to date. Nipua Makani Power Partners has submitted a draft amendment to the agencies, which we have concluded our review, and we'll be sending those comments back to Nipua Makani Power Partners. Additionally, The folks over at Napua have done a great job with meeting with DOFA staff on Maui and Big Island regarding two really great projects for mitigation. One is predator control in Kamehame Nui on Maui. The other is the construction of a cat-proof fence on Hawaii Island. This will be on the site of Mauna Loa, one of those colonies that's really far out there in the middle of nowhere, but needs protection from cat predation. Additionally, for nēnē, they're planning some changes to the ITL for this species. It's been an ongoing process since 2023. Basically, we're looking at a reduction in take for nēnē because they don't exist on this island. So DOFA has received a draft amendment that covers this taxon, and the division, we wrapped up our comments on it, so we're going to send it back. I can say that there will be some differences for this particular one and this particular species between DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service. So, we provided comments for DOFA, but there might be some differing comments for nēnē that come from Fish and Wildlife Service. It's kind of really all the foreshadowing that I can do on that one for you folks. Moving on to ESRC recommendations, please. Perfect. Only ESRC recommendation was to share specifications for deterrence in the annual report. These folks did a great job of doing that. And with that, I will turn it over to Leslie.
Thanks, Jesse. Let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen. Okay. You guys should be able to see this. Okay. Aloha, I'm Leslie McLean. I'm a senior project manager with Tetra Tech. I manage the HCP compliance work for the Napua Makani project. And I'll be presenting to this presentation today on fiscal year 2025 annual report, as well as the first half of fiscal year 2026. Also, on the meeting today, we have two representatives from Napua Makani Power Partners, Priya Kumar, who's the environmental compliance manager for the project, and then Corinne Lytle-Bonine, who's the director of environmental permitting for AES/Napua Makani. Also today, I'm going to have a few of my colleagues help me present a few slides, including Jacob Dutton and Carrie Cutler, who are two senior bios that support us on this project. And Jenny Taylor may also chime in depending on how the questions go. Let's see if I can get to the next slide here. Get to the right cursor. Is that working? There we go. So here's a quick agenda. I'm going to take the first half of the agenda items, and then I'll have Jacob chime in on the minimization measures, and then Carrie, who's our modeler for this project, will cover PCMM, and then I'll take it back on the mitigation and future planning. So real quick reminder, Napua has 8 Vestas wind turbines. 4 of them are equipped with bat deterrents. 4 are on private ownership and 4 on the DLNR parcel. I'll show you a figure in just a second. We began the PCMM searches concurrent with the testing of the turbine generators, and that was in August 2020. But commercial operations didn't actually start until December 2020. There's been no change in management, operations, or ownership since construction began. And the incidental take license is a 21-year term that started in 2019 at the point of when the first turbine foundation was poured. And as a reminder, we are seeking a major amendment, as Jesse said, to add Hawaiian petrel as one of our covered species and to also change our Hawaiian goose mitigation coverage. Here's the figure. This is as you can see in the figure, we're just outside of Kahuku town. On the left side is the DLNR parcel, which is mostly vacant, forested land, and the turbines are kind of up on a ridge. And the right side is that private parcel that also has agricultural use in amongst the wind farm, as you can see in the aerial. And then you can see the turbines are the yellow dots, and the ones with the blue halos around them indicate the turbines that have the bat deterrents on them. So that's turbines 2, 3, 4 on the left side, and then turbine 6 on the bottom right. And then the red squares indicate where our acoustic bat detectors are located on the site. This table gives you a rundown of all of the species that are covered by our permit. And then our authorized take, just kind of went over it briefly on the bats. We have 2 tiers. The first one is 34 bats. The second one is up to 51 bats. So that's our full take authorization is 51. And I'll go into this a little more depth on the next slide, but right now we're at a total adjusted take of 11 bats through Q2 fiscal year 2026, so through December of last year. And there's been no take of any of the other covered species to date. This slide gives you a little bit more detail on how we calculated that the cumulative take summary, and obviously just for bats because we don't have take of the other species. And so in total in fiscal year 2025, we had 3 observed take. There was 1 previously in fiscal year 2021. So that brings us up to a cumulative observed take of 4. And then using the evidence of absence modeling and the 80% upper credibility limit, we have an estimated direct take of 10. And then adding in the estimated indirect take, which is actually at 0.4, but we estimated up to 1, brings us to a total of 11 estimated adult take through December of 2025, which is about 22% of our full authorized take amount. Okay. This slide gives you a summary of the total MBTA species that were observed as fatalities or downed or injured wildlife during the fiscal year 2025 plus the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2026. And so you'll see that we did have a bit of an uptick of wedge-tailed shearwaters over that period. And then we did have 1 petrel take as well, which I'll go into more detail at the end of the slides when we talk about the amendment. I just wanted to note on the shearwaters, because Jesse brought this up at the very beginning of the meeting today, that we did have a site visit where Jesse came out to the site to take a look at the night lighting that is at the O&M building and any other conditions out there. And he can chime in about this, but we have been really careful about making sure our lighting at the facility doesn't attract seabirds. So the O&M facility has downturned lights, shielded, all the things that we're supposed to be doing. And there's no other light attractants that are related to facility components. But as Jesse observed, there's a lot of light pollution in the local community. And just a little more background, in May of 2024, we had 4 downed wedgies, which was a little unusual, but after some further investigation, we found that some of the night lights at the Kahuku High School football stadium and the adjacent baseball field had those lights on in the evening and in the early morning hours. And so our team kind of got proactive and reached out Parks and Rec and did some back and forth in investigating and pulled Jesse in, and we were able to find out that they did actually have something went wrong with their timer system and they weren't really aware of it. So we got them to fix that. And so through that coordination, we were able to kind of make sure that those lights were turning off as they should be. And so then fast forward into the fall of 2025, we didn't observe those lights being an issue. We still had a little bit of fallout though, and that's where Jesse wanted to come and see what was going on, and then he was able to observe some of the constraints that we're dealing with the community where we don't have any control over those lights. But we continue to be as proactive as we can to try to manage that and try to minimize any seabird attractants that are happening in the area as best we can. Okay, next slide. Okay, at this point, I will switch it over to Jacob. Jacob, are you online?
I am. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
For avoidance and minimization measures that are currently implemented in the project, that includes low wind speed curtailment. As Leslie was just talking about, minimizing light on site, the installation of bat deterrents, and on-site acoustic monitoring. So low wind speed curtailment is currently implemented from March through November, when winds are less than 5 meters per second. The project's been operating on this low wind speed curtailment regime since the start of operations, so no changes there. Lighting, not really going to touch too much. As Leslie said, the O&M building and nearby substation have minimal lighting, just comply with security requirements. Only thing in addition to that is no night work has occurred on site during the fallout season that require operations to bring in additional light plants. For deterrence, we've again gone over this. The project has NRG bat deterrents installed on 4 of the turbines. Those ones were the turbines that were most closely associated with forest edge, and they're assumed to be the turbines with the higher potential for bat activity. And they've been operational since the start of, since 2020. And the turbines, as Leslie pointed out, that have them are turbines 2, 3, 4, and 6. Again, each DU, the DU systems for Napua consist of 6 deterrent units. There are 3 that are mounted on the top of the nacelle and 3 that are mounted on the bottom. And in FY 2025, the deterrents operated within the manufacturer's specifications 91% of the time. And underperforming DUs and DU controllers are replaced as soon as practical after they fall below the manufacturer's standards, and replacement components are stored on site to ensure availability. Also, the ITL includes a special condition requiring the project to perform research focused on bat deterrence measures with the goal of reducing bat take. That research plan was further developed in FY 2025. It was approved by DOFA in May of 2025, and the plan was implemented during the quarters of quarter 1 and 2 of FY 2026. And the report of that was submitted to DOFA, and it's currently in agency review. There's also on-site acoustic monitoring that's been ongoing and continues to be implemented at 4 turbines. And I'll discuss that more on the next slide. All right, so on-site acoustic monitoring is described in section 3.1.3 of the annual report. And here we're showing figures 3, 4, and 5 of that report as well. Napua has 4 SM4 ultrasonic bat detectors that have been deployed at the wind farm in the same location since September of 2020. Those are going to be at turbines 1, 4, 6, and 9. Bat activity of the projects, it's been generally low across the 5 years of monitoring, but there has been a gradual increase in the annual detection rates since monitoring began. So in monitoring year 2025, bats were detected on 169 of the 1,280 detector nights, resulting in a detection rate of 13.2%. This represents the highest annual detection rate recorded since monitoring began. However, this increase was only statistically significant when comparing the 2021 value to the 2025 monitoring year rate. Despite the lack of significance between adjacent years, a significant overall increasing trend in detection rates was identified across all monitoring years. So that's that figure on the bottom right. The seasonal patterns observed in 2025, those were consistent with those documented in previous monitoring years, but there are turbine-specific differences being noted, specifically during periods when bat activity is higher at the site in July through October. So you can see the differences between, say, T1 and T9 in those summer months on that figure on the bottom left. And that's all I got.
Okay. I'm going to hand it over to Carrie Cutler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thanks everybody. Compliance monitoring at the 8 wind turbines at Napua Makani began in August 2020, concurrent with testing turbine generation, and we're continuing to implement this mortality monitoring for FY 2025 and into FY 2026 now. Monitoring consists of standardized searches done by canines every 7 days within maintained search areas, which are all cleared areas along the road and pad around the turbines within a radius that's 75% of the maximum blade tip height. In FY 2022, after recommendations from DOFA to increase the search areas around the turbines, we also augmented those systematic search areas with searches that are in the form of some supplemental agriculture areas. And just within those areas where consistent and effective searching can happen, we conduct bias correction trials in all of the plot types that we are searching. And we also have contracted scavenger control for the site. And we perform vegetation management at turbines weekly to maintain vegetation at heights below about 8 inches within those systematic search areas at each turbine. And then we've done reporting consistent with agency protocols. So next slide. Yeah, so NPM's worked pretty hard to maximize that searchable area within the project's constraints, which has involved navigating different land uses and topography over the project area. We've also hired an additional canine handler, and other logistics have happened to make sure that we can collect quality data, but also meet safety requirements for the canines and searchers on site. Doing this, we've found that we've used the whole Amur ballistics model to estimate the percent of carcass distribution covered. And using that model, we found that 71% of the anticipated bat carcass distribution has been searched with these 2 search methods. And we are also searching 37% of the anticipated distribution of bird carcasses. That extra supplemental agricultural sites allows us to search an additional 4% of the carcass distribution for bats that's out in those agriculture areas. Nipua Makani's worked closely with agencies with doing 4 site visits to discuss challenges and inform discussions on PCM. We also met with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFA on January 14th to discuss PCM and the modeling approach, and no changes were proposed or made following that meeting. So here's we are showing that we do both bias correction trials for all the types of searches that we're doing. We do both bird and bat search testing, and we also there's a tiny part in the under near turbine warehouse area that has some safety concerns. And so we are searching that with a human searcher, and we have searcher efficiency tests that we do for each of those types of searches. So we do searcher efficiency tests for the canines, but also the humans in those systematic searching areas. And we also GC test in the agricultural areas. And so all of that is included in our modeling. And that's all I've got.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah.
Stick around for questions if they come up. Okay, so I'm going to move on to mitigation. Just to kind of giving you guys a rundown where we're at with each of the covered species. For the ʻōpeʻapeʻa, I'm actually going to go into that in more depth on the next slide. But to just remind everyone that we did get the final management and research plans approved in September of 2025, and implementation is underway, but I'll go into more detail in the next slide. For our mitigation for pueo is complete, which included providing funding to the Endangered Species Trust Fund. The mitigation for Newell shearwater, and Nipua Makani has provided the funding that was agreed upon in the HCP to NIFWIF. But we are still waiting to hear from U.S. Fish and Wildlife on project selection. We don't have any updates on that. For the water birds, we've made some good progress with mitigation there. As a reminder, we did end up doing some adaptive management with the original water bird mitigation that was in the HCP due to some change conditions at the mitigation site. But ultimately, the revised plan was approved in October of 2023. And it involves having DOFA Oahu conduct habitat management, predator control, and monitoring at the Hamakua Marsh. We had the MOU between Nipua and DOFA finalized in March of 2024, and implementation began in November of 2024. So we have completed a year of the mitigation, and we get quarterly reports from DOFA Oahu, and the information will be presented in the fiscal year 2026 annual report on where we're at with the number of water birds that have been produced from those mitigation efforts. The nēnē mitigation is on hold because it's subject to the HCP amendment, which I'll go into a little bit more detail at the end of the slide deck. So for the bat mitigation, just to kind of walk through what we achieved in fiscal year 2025. It was a big year for us because this has been a challenging mitigation plan because there's a lot of folks working up in Po'omoho. But to remind everyone that we were able to pull together a really productive multi-agency meeting in January of 2025, where we were able to come to agreement on many aspects of the mitigation plan. And then over the next few months in early 2025, we were able to get the plan revised and to a point where we were able to bring it before you guys in April of 2025. And we received recommendations and approval from the ESRC. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife also had some amendments that they proposed that we received in May. We worked in June and July on some follow-up meetings with agencies such as the Hawaii Agricultural Research Center, or HARC, to talk about some of the outplanning aspects that were added to the mitigation plan. We were able to incorporate those into the plan, and ultimately the final plan was approved by DOFA in September of 2025. Over that summer and into the fall, we also continued to work with KMWP. And after the approval through the end of last year, we had some back and forth with KMWP on scope. They identified some contracting challenges that we've been trying to work through. Jesse has been really helpful in being a part of those conversations. Recently, we submitted a scope of work for possible opportunities for DOFA to support us with the rollout. So we're working through that actively. And then our goal is that in fiscal year 2027 that we get baseline monitoring, which is the first year of the mitigation rollout going. Which our goal is to get out there with setting up the control plots and identifying the management focus areas in Po'omoho towards the end of this calendar year and getting mitigation started in January of 2027. Okay. This slide is just a rundown of future plans for fiscal year 2026, which I know that we're in May of 2026, so there's not a ton of time left in fiscal year 2026, but so a few heads up of what we're planning to do in the summer as well. Of course, PCMM, bat acoustic monitoring, invasive plant species monitoring, that's all going to continue as usual. Water bird mitigation, I gave you a little heads up on that. We have been coordinating closely with DOFA Oahu staff who've been doing the mitigation work out there. And so we just got our most recent quarterly update from them. So we'll look forward to incorporating our findings into the next annual report. And then also just working with those guys to do what we can to meet our numbers in the 2 years that we envisioned for that plan. But we'll update you next year on the full rundown of where that mitigation success is at. And then I just walked you through the bat mitigation plans and the timing for what we're expecting in the next year. The deterrent study, Jacob touched on that. We completed the data collection last fall, and we were doing analysis and reporting up until a few weeks ago, where we were able to submit the draft report to Jesse over at DOFA. There's a lot of data, so it took us a little while to analyze it. But we will be incorporating the findings from that study, assuming that we can get it finalized by our end of this fiscal year, so in the FY 2026 annual report. And then the HCP amendment, Jesse indicated that DOFA is still working on its review and will be sending us comments. And we've been actively working with DOFA on some possible Hawaiian petrel mitigation sites. So I'm going to go to the next slide because this is covers the HCP amendment in a little bit more detail. As a reminder, the amendment addresses two issues, primarily that the Hawaiian petrel is going to be added as a covered species. As a reminder, there's been a total of 2 petrel observed take at the wind farm. The first one occurred actually before operations, was during construction. And then the second one occurred in November of 2024, so in fiscal year 2025. The second piece is modifying the risk assessment and the mitigation for nēnē, because as you know, nēnē is no longer present on Oahu. So we've been in coordination with both DOFA and historically U.S. Fish and Wildlife about acknowledging that the that there's low risk, but they both agree that it would be better for us to leave nēnē on the permit, but to adjust the mitigation and the take request. So that's something we've been working on and is incorporated in the current draft of the HCP amendment, which, speaking of, we submitted that last fall to DOFA and US Fish. We're awaiting comments on that document from both of them. The updates in that updated draft submittal was that we revised the take estimate to incorporate that additional take that occurred in fiscal year 2025. We also included a broad description of the petrel mitigation. But meanwhile, since we've submitted that report, we've been working with Jesse on identifying some possible mitigation projects for petrel, and we've had some meetings with some of the DOFA staff that are running those specific mitigation sites to get more information, and we're going to continue to follow up and investigate those. So we're working in parallel with waiting for those comments on the HCP amendment. And then just a reminder that the current HCP amendment plan for nēnē is to include a tiering option where there'd be a take of 1 in tier 1. That would be some immediate mitigation we would do. And then if the nēnē was ever to return to Oahu, then we would have an option for a tier 2 if needed. And so that's kind of where we're at with the amendment. We're continuing to work on mitigation options and waiting for comments from DOFA and Fish, which you guys know is a little bit of a challenge right now. And that's the end of my presentation. So I'll hand it back to Jesse and open it up for questions.
Thank you, Leslie.
Your thing is on.
Okay, I'll maybe just dive into questions here. Just a brief comment. I think like your second to last slide, I don't know in the annual review that we need to spend as much time on hearing all the activities that you guys have done. You're clearly very busy. You clearly have a lot going on, but our job in the annual review is to look at the plus and minus and see how it's working. And then if there's some questions, like particularly when you're exceeding the rate of take expected or that kind of thing, then we can help with looking at adaptive management. But to leave enough time for that discussion, it's helpful if we don't get a ton of additional information piled on top that we don't have to hold in our heads. One thing, if you folks could present a map, you're in this unique position of having 4 turbines with a deterrent and 4 without, correct?
Yes. Here.
And then you have the cameras or the detectors on 4 as well, but not the same 4, correct?
For the deterrent study, yeah, we put cameras on 2 with deterrents and 2 without.
Okay. And then do you have a map that shows then where carcasses have been found in relation to the ones that have it and the ones that don't, plus the the searched area? Like, I would love to see those 3 things on the same map: the searcher area, the turbines that have deterrents and those that don't, and then where you've actually found carcasses. Those 3 things I feel like would be really helpful to see on the same map.
I don't have that map available, but we can certainly put that together.
Yeah, I think for next year, that would be really helpful for kind of understanding what's going on at the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then
Melissa, you went on mute. I don't know if you meant to.
Sorry. I had a few other things, but I'll yield the floor to others for now. Okay, if no one else has questions, so one other one on the water birds. So this has come up across other ones. I just want to note today, like Hamakua has a ton of conservation activity taking place there. Can you remind me how they are counting birds toward your project as opposed to other things that are happening there?
Jacob, would you mind answering that one?
Yeah, sure. No, they have a baseline value. So they calculated, I forget, I think it was from 2017 to 2021. They use that as a baseline, and then after predator control was implemented at the site, they then took our numbers, put them on top of baseline. So that's our goal, is baseline plus what we're mitigating for.
So, I mean, we've done an extensive work at that site, and my understanding is that predator control has been happening ongoing for a long time. So it's not really a true before and after. Plus, there were a couple of years where there was severe drought, and there was near like hardly anything nested. And I know because we had a 2-year student study going on, and it was very difficult to get data one of those years. So it creates kind of a false baseline in that it was artificially low if you include that year that had a high drought. I think this just gets into a broader issue that we've run into, where are we throwing extra money in a pot where there's already a ton of stuff taking place? Some of our data show that Hamakua in particular may be close to the maximum density of nests that they can actually have there. So we can improve fledging success for sure. That's an area of growth everywhere that needs to happen. But there's nearby Koinui where like not a lot of stuff is taking place comparatively. It's certainly not maxed out for nest density. And I would be very interested to better understand how it's being credited. And again, I think this is, to my knowledge, there hasn't been take of these birds at the site. It's a smaller concern, but the whole thing of piling on money into a place where there's already a lot of activity taking place versus kind of expanding, I think is problematic from something we're seeing across a bunch of permits. So I don't mean to pick on you specifically. It's a broader concern.
And I don't know, Jesse, if you want to send Melissa a copy of the final management or mitigation plan that we have for Hamakua, so she could, if she wants to read it, to get the background on how the baseline was factored in. And also, I believe that the funding from NAPUA is increasing and improving the amount of veg management that's happening out there versus what has happened historically to create better habitat.
This is true, and I am happy to distribute that to all the committee members.
Yeah. But I hear what you're saying, Melissa. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, just a note for the HCP office for the future. I would not consider Hamakua to be a super appropriate mitigation site because it's hard to prove that it's due to an actual increase from the funds coming in.
Noted.
And sorry, things are kind of mixing together in my head a little bit today. Given that we're at the end of the day. Can you just click forward a few slides?
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, I think this was the slide where I was kind of curious about the differences between your towers with deterrence and your towers without, whether there would be some benefit in adding to the ones that don't currently have it, or whether you're just not finding bats under those. So there's not really a need to add deterrence to those additional 4. But we can't see from this graph, obviously.
Is there any of that information in the deterrent report that you guys created?
The deterrent report for the research plan has a lot of synthesis about the acoustic data. Our senior bat biologist, I believe he used acoustic data from the the permanent detectors we have on site, but we also, as part of the plan, set up acoustic detectors at each of the study turbines right next to the thermal cameras. And so there's a lot of synthesis there with relating to the 4 study turbines, the 2 without and the 2 with. But I think what Melissa was just saying is just looking at this data, which is project wide for all turbines, in the lens of whether there's a difference in activity with all the turbines, with the consideration of which ones have deterrence and which don't.
I actually wasn't as interested in the activity so much as where you're finding carcasses.
Okay.
Like where you found them before putting in the deterrence versus after. Maybe there's not data on that.
And just as a reminder, sorry, we've only had 4 observed carcasses so far, and I'm going to look for my notes so I can tell you which turbines those were at.
3 of those were in the last year, is that right?
In the fiscal year 2025, yeah.
So after deterrents were in.
Yeah. Yep. And they have occurred, like, I feel like 3 of the 4 happened at turbines with deterrence, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes, I said, yeah. Melissa, that's some of the information, yeah, you want to see.
Exactly. That's exactly why I'm asking the question. So I would just highlight that for next year, if you can present it in that way, I think, and I would, as far as a recommendation, Jesse, I would put in there that just like dig down a little bit on this whole question of like, okay, we're using deterrence, but we're still getting fatalities. And if you can dig down a little bit on that and explore that, that would be great.
Will the deterrent report be shared with ESRC eventually, or will there be some sort of presentation on that, or what is the, I guess will that make it further than DOFA?
Wanted this online, right, Leslie, once we get it approved?
It is required to be posted publicly, and what we outlined in the approved study plan was that it would be posted on DOFA's website once it's final.
Okay. I guess I would ask Jesse, can you make sure to, I guess, notify the ESRC when that happens?
I can definitely do that, yes.
And unless Karen needs it up here, do you mind just clicking forward a couple slides?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I should just find my notes that I was remembering correctly that of the 4 total bat fatalities observed, 3 of them were at turbines with deterrence, turbines 6, 9, and 4.
That's helpful, thank you.
But I will have noted that to add those type of details in our presentation next year. So thanks for that.
Yeah.
Do you want me to keep moving forward?
No, I think on this one, like I think this is kind of the one that I was mentioning as far as like, if I have a map that shows where your standardized search areas are in your agricultural areas, that's more important to me, and how that, as far as what we're supposed to be doing in our annual checks, as opposed to knowing that you did it. So I'd love to see outputs rather than a description of the activities. And I think in your carcass retention trials, is that in your last slide?
It's this one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like when you're seeing scavenger control, do you feel like that was fairly effective? I was also just a little bit confused. You've got bat surrogate in 2 places in the rows, 2 rows. What's the difference
between the supplemental areas versus, which is the ag areas, versus the systematic areas that are around the turbines and the pad, the cleared pads and roads?
Is there a reason that would be separated and not just combined?
Carrier.
Sure. Yeah. I can speak to that. Oh yeah, go for it, Jenny.
The reason is, Melissa, and is how we do the modeling. And so each of these individual search area types, like based on whether it's systematic or whether it's supplemental, and how it's searched, gets modeled as its own class in our EOA system. So because that's how we parse out the data, we want to make sure that we are testing that particular ability to find carcasses individually in each of one of those systematic or each one of those search areas. So it's a function of how we've conceived the modeling, which each one of these individual search area types gets its own class. And then we also are able to combine all of the individual classes into like a multi-class model to get the overall output for the entire site in each quarter and then over the year.
Okay, so is the systematic heavier weighted, like weighted heavier than the supplemental?
Yes.
Okay.
And it has to do, and Carrie, please chime in here, but it has to do with the like the proportion of the carcass distribution that's searched and the frequency of searching, because sometimes the supplemental areas can't be searched based on sometimes there's some safety issues with the canines with loose dogs. And so they're not always able to be searched. And so they have a weighted factor for how frequently they are getting searched.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm seeing that carcass persistence is much lower in your supplemental areas than in your systematic. And probability of persistence then, I assume as a result, is much lower.
Carrie, are you able to speak to that?
Sure. Yeah. That probability of persistence as we report it is the probability of persisting. We report these usually as the persistence over 7 days, even though in this particular table, just because so for each agricultural class or supplemental class, there could be a class that we can search every single one of the 7-day periods, but some of them, there might be a period where there's like a crop that's happening, that's where there's a period of time where they can't search, or so there might be a week where there's dogs out and they can't search. So so each class gets its own search schedule. And so each class has a slightly different, although we're reporting a single R value here, each separate of the, I think a maximum of 13 or 14 total agricultural classes has its own probability of persistence based on its search interval, which can vary from like, maybe we did it every single one of the 7 days, or we might have only done it a couple times. It just depends on the particular, what's going on at that particular agricultural site. So
yeah, thank you. So based on these results, and you mentioned that you're doing scavenger removal, are you likely to increase scavenger removal over the next year? Like, what do these results tell you? Do they tell you you're doing an adequate job, or that you need to do better, that you need to change your scavenger removal approach or increase trapping, or what?
I would say maybe there's a higher, looks like there's in general, because those reported values don't really take into account the search schedule, that our value represents probably a higher level of scavenging within those agricultural areas that maybe due to food sources or things where as far as the scavenging or the removal, I can if you're interested in like numbers of the different mongoose and rats that they've got, but there's a lot.
I guess I'm trying to directly ask you, like, what do these tell you in terms of what you plan on doing next year? So do these tell you, are these higher or lower than you would expect them to be based on your scavenger removal efforts? And based on these numbers, because that's supposed to be the connection, right? That's the whole entire reason you do persistence trials, is to say, can we trust that when we go out and survey for take, that the numbers are, that we're finding what's there and that it didn't get scavenged in the meantime, right? So I'm just asking you to draw me a straight line for, do these tell you, like, are you happy with these persistence levels, or do you need to increase scavenger removal?
I think, Melissa, maybe I'll jump in here. What I don't have at my fingertips is how it compares to the previous FY. But I believe that it has been holding steady, and so that there hasn't been any indicator that there hasn't been a drop in our carcass persistence over time. So there's always room for improvement, but in working with gray boar at the site, we have decided to hold it steady, also based on their recommendations of the program that's happening.
Okay.
And Leslie, please, chime in if I didn't get that exactly right. I believe that that's how it's been, what the trajectory of the data is showing, that it's been very consistent over time.
That's my understanding too. And
Okay.
I don't know if we know exactly why the carcass persistence is slower in the ag areas, but I'm sure that, there's just a lot more habitat in places.
Sure.
Yeah, it's very different than the cleared roads and pads.
Right. Okay. I think that's fine for now. Thank you.
I have another question, I guess, and this sort of relates back to the report. For the 3 carcasses, were you guys able to get those genetically sexed?
Yes. So let me just make sure I'm looking. So for fiscal year 2025, the first bat fatality was confirmed male. And that was in August of 2024 at Turbine 2, which has a deterrent. The second one was also male, occurred in December of 2024 at Turbine 9, no deterrent. And the third one was confirmed male and was at Turbine 4, and that was in January of 2025 at Turbine 4, which has a deterrent. And then back the first bat take we had, which was fiscal year 2021, that was sexed and determined to be female, but it occurred outside the pupping season in September.
I guess if I can make a request to include the sex of the fatalities that were found in that deterrent report, if it's not already in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's some studies, right, that are indicating that there's different efficacy differs between sexes. So I think that's an important piece as we're trying to gather information.
Yeah, and as I recall, I don't think that the deterrent study report talks much about the fatality data because it's such a small amount of data.
Yeah. Right. I understand. I think all of our sample sizes are going to be small, and I think it's an important piece of now that there's 2 sites that will have there's 3 sites with the deterrents now, right? I think it's an important piece for starting to put together some information on deterrent efficacy if we're starting to see a bias, that's important information to have.
Okay, great. I made a note, and we can coordinate when we get comments back from Jesse.
Okay. This is a more general comment, I guess, about it circles back a bit to the frequency question. I asked Jesse to add that to the table. So you guys, your NRG deterrents are in that same frequency range. Sorry, did you show that on your slides? Is that 20?
Don't think
is that?
It's not on that slide, but it's exactly the same as all the other sites.
Same as all the other ones. And so I guess so the social calls for ʻōpeʻapeʻa are outside that range. And is there, I guess, do you guys know why? Is there a reason why it doesn't include the full range for ʻōpeʻapeʻa calls?
I'm not sure the social calls would be lower frequency, yeah.
I think, I mean, I guess there in the, there's actually a really nice image in the Kahuku's appendix, right, that shows the lower frequency of the social calls, and I think USGS has studies too, yeah, that shows that. So.
I think with NRG, like this is a deterrent that's made for multiple bat species in the mainland, and out here we only have one, and it's a lower frequency. So why it's not included, I'm not completely sure. But yeah, it's meant to cover multiple species.
So
yeah,
because it covers multiple species, it doesn't include the full range for ʻōpeʻapeʻa.
It's not ʻōpeʻapeʻa specific.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something to consider for NRG.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's, I guess, I think, yeah, trying to put all these pieces together is an important part of trying to work through this, right?
Any other questions? See, do you want to take over the screen, Jesse?
Sure thing, Leslie. I think I might have already done that. Apologies.
Great.
Can we include that, to include information on sex of fatalities with the deterrent information for recommendation?
Sorry, I think they said gender, but just switch it to sex to be more accurate.
No, yeah, sorry.
And this is something you guys want to see for all back take from what I gather.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think it's I want to see it for all bat take, but like if we can get the information on, and the agencies can get the information on the sex of the take at turbines that have deterrents, to start to build that information, that they compile that across the 3 facilities that have deterrents.
Based on the data that we have, Karen, I might be able to furnish the committee with a resource at their next meeting.
That would be great. Yeah, I think it's sort of like what Melissa's saying. There's some of these like putting all of the information together so that we can see it together. It's, I think in these meetings where we're having, multiple licensees and, it's hard to get some of the big picture and so yeah, it's really helpful to get some of that compiled in the different pieces.
Heard.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we'd like to add to the recommendation slide that we have in front of us? I think this kind of covers most of the things that came up.
I think, sorry, just to circle back to the one thing that I said on the previous one, they mentioned some of the funds went through NIFWF, the NIFWF fund. And so they didn't have the numbers on, they didn't know exactly which projects had been assigned to, and therefore didn't know which, essentially didn't know the mitigation numbers. And so I would just highlight that's kind of the challenge with that, is that at the end of the day, our job in the annual review is to evaluate plus and minus. Like if you boil it down, that's what we're trying to do. Did the plus make up for the minus? And so really difficult to do if there's too many layers to tracking down that plus of where's the money going, and is it actually resulting in an increase in productivity somewhere else to make up for what was lost? So chasing that down before these meetings is going to be pretty important. It's going to be extra work if it's going through several other extended, filtering processes, but it is important to have in place.
Does number 3 capture that for you, Melissa?
Yes. Now, and just a clarification question, is that something that's possible for them to obtain? Like it just takes extra work to chase it down, or does it exist somewhere?
For projects that are DOFA, we would just need to reach out to branch and work with their biologists to get that information. If it's other entities, like say if Magnolia was involved with Kahuku, that could potentially be more on the licensee to obtain that information. But if it's a DOFA project, we should be able to pull that data.
Sure. Yeah. I guess in the example of this project, I think they mentioned that there was some project to a NIFWF fund or something, and so they weren't able to get the numbers in time for the report today. But do those exist somewhere, and is it possible to have those for future years?
I can speak up on that one. So for NAPUA's, this is for the Newell shearwater mitigation, which, as a reminder, we have not had take of Newell shearwater yet. The mitigation was to provide funding to NIFWF, and then U.S. Fish and Wildlife is, in accordance with our agreement with them, are supposed to report on what project they decide to apply that funding for, and then report back to us about that project, and then we report back to you guys on how we can prove net benefit. But they haven't done anything with the money, so we're kind of stuck until we hear from them. And now that they can't even talk to us, it's even more delayed.
Okay, so in cases where, am I remembering, Dofa, that earlier today, that the conversation about NIFWF, they hadn't yet apportioned the money to NIFWF in that case? Am I remembering that correctly from an earlier one today?
That is correct. They were just thinking of it as a potential.
So to me, this would be a really strong reason to not go that direction at this point, given this challenge. So thank you again for the conversation around this, just so we could kind of understand all the angles as they relate to all the different projects. And that's not specifically for NAPUA, right? They've already given the money, so it's out of their hands. They just have no control over how, when it's spent.
Correct.
Okay, so that's like a blanket statement for
Yeah, for DOFA for the future. And if it can be noted on whichever that earlier one was, I don't remember which one it was today, but if it can be noted on that to not do it there, that would be good. And this might be something for the HCP office to chase down with Fish and Wildlife Service, because I know they're not supposed to engage on wind projects currently, but if there's money essentially in a holding pattern there, it would be helpful to know what's going on with those things, and if it's possible for that money to move, or if it's going to be stuck until policy changes, or kind of what the options are. And I wouldn't put that on the applicant, I think, so much as there's multiple projects this could affect, so it'd be good for the HCP DOFA office to have their own understanding of that, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
So all of these recommendations are to staff. Correct. Okay. Okay. So we have one recommendation here, and thank you, Melissa, for that conversation. We'll definitely look into those items and get back to you guys too. So I think we have what we need here for ESRC recommendations for Napua with this one item. Is there anything else? If not, we can move forward with the hand raise and
Can we just be a little bit more direct in saying, I want to see a map? Spatial resource means many things. So if we can just say, next year, please show us a map, would be helpful. Thank you.
okay. Can we check and see if there's any comments from the public?
Okay. Nothing on the Zoom. Nothing in the email.
Okay. And nothing on YouTube. Okay, go back and pull up the recommendations. All right, can we see hands for recommendations for Napua? Thank you all. All your hands. All right, we'll push this to the file, and I think that's it for right now. Thank you, folks, with your presentations today, and we're going to move to our next item. But yeah, just thank you all for being here today. ESRC, all the applicants, biologists supporting them. It's great to have you all here so we can get through these longer meetings and refine how we evaluate all these projects. So I think we learn a little bit every single time we have these meetings, and it's making the program a little bit stronger each time. So really appreciate your guys' leadership too. So item 10 is adjournment. So I'd like to make a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Lisa. We'll take a vote.
It was Melissa, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
You can
Melissa.
credit Lisa as well.
Take a vote. Please say aye and keep your hands raised, and we'll do that. Okay, unanimous. So the time now is 4:04, and we will call the adjournment to the meeting. Thank you guys again.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hui ho.